Good day, everyone. Good day. How are we doing today? This is the Wildest Wake Up Show. I'm your host, Jerome Bracy. Yes, got to start off that way because it is getting ridiculous, Miss Jalen. Good day, Cassandra Brown. So, it's getting ridiculous. The amount of attacks that is going down is insane. Good day. The work don't stop. Y'all gonna see some changes. Going to be a lot less blue in the chat because we just had to do it because, hey, it is what it is. Yeah, Natasha. Speaking of, man, we gotta send some love in to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico do not have any kind of energy right now. Right before the Easter weekend. It's a scary time over there. It's plenty of American people over there, Puerto Rico. There's a lot of Americans over there. Puerto Rico is a part of us, and man, it's sad to see, sad to hear. They have no power for, I believe, since Wednesday, right? Since Wednesday morning, they have no power. It's a big power outage over there in Puerto Rico. So, you got any family over there? Maybe you should go check up on them. Thank you so much, Natasha. It means a lot. And I damn near, the reason why I started so late, because I damn near took everybody rich. Almost everybody. But then the wife's like, hey, you got to start the show. Okay. And when I went to go check it out, I seen that we had a lot of people blocked. And it was absolutely ridiculous. It was like over 100 people blocked from the channel. So, as of right now, everybody that always drops the links for other content creators, I try to keep as many content creators as possible with a wrench. The people that's always doing fact checks for me, they definitely going to keep their wrench. People that is awesome at just holding on to the wrench and using the wrench for what it is. So majority of people that does that, like the beautiful, the greatest, Natasha Vincent, Miss Jalen, they are usually very unbiased with their wrench. So just had to do it. You can't block the money. Exactly. It's insane how many people it was a lot. And I get about at least 10 emails a day from YouTube about the wrench thing. It's starting to be a nuisance where because before I was holding it down, like I said, I really don't look at customer service like that. But when it started to get to 10 a day, I mean, every day somebody's complaining about getting blocked. And I'm talking about even people that are supporting. They're like, yo, I support. Why am I getting blocked as well? It's like, all right, maybe I should pay attention to it somewhat. Good day, Haitian and Sensation One. I guess so, Miss Jana. Maybe I'm gonna. You green. You don't got nothing to worry about, Bubba. Bubba just want me to start cursing early. I know what I said yesterday. Relax. I'm trying not to curse. Shout out to Bubba. Oh man, that's funny though. What you mean, Jordan Hill? What happened to Jordan Hill? Oh man. Bubba trying to get me to start cursing already. That is hilarious. Shout out to Bubba. What up, Byron? Good day to you. Man, I want to have a conversation about these the two times that I seen that was kind of just weird. It was just weird to me. First, how's everybody doing? When I say good day to you, I want you to say it back because I could feel that great productive energy. And it's not easy in these times to hold on to that great productive energy. People feel away because there's a lot of, it seems as if negativity is very strong and rampant in the media world today, I should say. And we got to be able to combat it. We got to be able to have strong, positive, productive thoughts. It's not easy. It's much easier to get into the negative, and it's much easier to get the negative information a part of your algorithm. So I do understand and I get it. Shout out to Young. And I thought it was and I just thought it was really interesting about the whole Carmelo using the money as a that he was using the funds in a negative way. So I just want to switch gears. I want to, I like to start the show pretty quickly. I like to jump into it so we can have the conversation, share my thoughts on it. And so Carmelo Anthony, and no, not the basketball player. We talking about the 17-year-old from Texas, right? Who was caught in the murder case. We should all know by now. And people are saying his family is misusing the fundraiser money. And I just like, man, how far would y'all go for to prove that this young man is something that he is not?
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Miss James, the 10 hours. He says, for customer service. Right. I've been listening to the customers. I'm trying to do better with customer service. And I always forget to change my banner from the day before. God damn it. Insane. And I'll be forgetting. I'll be having a lot of shit going on. And the fundraiser website is the CEO, he spoke out about it. He's a Christian man. That's why it is called Fun and Save and Go. Man. Don't get me to start lying, Genesis, because yes, I'm gonna get back on that. Start writing down my jokes of the day for my beautiful friend. Thank you so much. She was always holding me down. She was talking to me on the gram, giving me some dope ass topics to possibly talk about. Some of them be crazy as hell, Genesis. I'm like, God damn, the Rim Brothers gonna be mad at me if I talk about this one. But so here's the problem. So the CEO himself said, hey, they didn't misuse the funds. So I don't understand why so many people are trying to paint this young man as something that he is not. What is the infatuation of painting this good kid as some kind of bad person and promote and push out this idea that the family is trying to profit off of taking a life? I think that is, there you go. Give, send, go. Thank you, Joseph, for more. And it is weird, right? But the CEO said, no, they did not misuse the money. But why is so many people are trying to paint this picture, paint this narrative that they are profiting off of a tragedy is the weird part to me. So they, the Carmelo family, the Anthony family, I should say, they raised over $400,000 on Give, Send, Go to cover his legal fees. This is what his dad said. I'm going to cover the legal fees. But now folks are accusing them of using money to buy a house, live in a large gated community, a $900,000 house to be exact. That's not just living large. That's living like double XL large, right? That's a whole nother scenario that they are trying to paint this couple with, right? So they are a family that stayed together for 17 years. They've been married for 17 years. They've been living in an affluent house and a community for a very long time. So they had to, in my opinion, they need to move around. What's up, Sugar Bum? They need to move around because so many people are trying to find out where this young man lives. The news is trying to fake dox him. So many people are trying to get the information because a lot of people are mad that simply that he made bail. I agree, Kim West, but somehow they trying to paint them as some kind of scam. Is like, I don't understand. And what I really don't understand, why so many black conservatives are the main ones trying to push out this ideology that the family is doing something dishonest with some fundraiser money. That's crazy to me. What up, Otis? So many people off of, that's a good. Hey, listen, when Zimmerman got all locked up and he got all this news, he got plenty of money. He sold the gun for plenty of money. He became a so-called painter because of all of this craziness that happened when Zimmerman took the life of a young person. And the young man, sad to say, he do need to move around because it's not safe for him to stay in his same household because people are upset. And the family says they are going to be using the money for security because they're getting threats. They already threatened this young man's life. That's what they're using the money for. And look, I get it. Like, if people are showing up to your doorstep with pitchforks, we know what's the history of our country is. We get it. And you want some extra protection? Hey. Hey. Like, but I think it's foul for them to say that, like, we seen that these big media places too, like Fox News and all these places are saying like he bought this $900,000 house, and it's just not true. And they try to make it seem like he has some lifestyle upgrade when we know in reality that's just not true. So, because Give, Send, Go hasn't even released the funds yet. So that's the main part that I'm not understanding. Like, if you're going to paint this narrative about the young man and the family, then you should at least do some back end behind it. You should say, hey, at least you've seen that he got the money released. But no, that's not what happened at all. They did not release the funds yet. So how did they pay for this house? Did they win the lottery? Did they find a treasure map? They really that good at Monopoly? So the math ain't mathing. So why you keep trying to paint this young man, this good family? This is a nice family. He's married for 17 years. None of the children out of wedlock. The man stay home. Now on the other side, I don't know if we can say the same. Are they a family that stayed together through thick and thin? When they keep trying to say that one party has been, what's up, Robin M? They keep trying to paint this. When it first happened, what they tried to say? They tried to say that this young man came from a broken home. It ain't true. He didn't come from a broken home. The other side came from a broken home. They try to say he's some kind of thug. He ain't no goddamn thug. He's a good kid. Maybe made a bad decision, but everybody, yeah, Robert, I had to listen to customer service. I had over 100 people blocked, Robert. This shit was crazy when I looked at it finally. So majority of the wrenches are gone. It's going to be, we don't have to redo everything. Everything's going to have to be, I don't know. We figure out a new way to have a merit base of people that is showing love and support in a different way other than, I don't know. We'll figure it out as we keep going. For the most part, I don't think most people need it. I feel you, Robin. It was crazy though when I see the list. Yeah, I guess so, Otis. Maybe they feel like they lifestyle that they don't deserve it, even though they already live in the affluent part of the neighborhood already. He's already a part of a sport that is, is not a cheap sport to be in. People think track and field is cheap. It is not. Uh, we don't even know if the young man that was on the opposite opposing team was he even in the track. We know he's a football player. We don't know if he actually run track and field, right? So that shows a whole nother part of the scenario. But the problem is that people want to push out this narrative that black folks are doing so horrible in America, and it's crazy to me. Like, we do have a case that happened in Dallas as well. Actually, I'm very close because I have a family member that's in that goddamn high school that is in Dallas, Hutchinson High School. They had a shooting there as well. 4 kids got shot. Right? So I have a family member that goes to that school, that high school. So that actually hit very close to home. And so this idea that Wilma Hutchins, right? So I have a family member that goes to that school. And 4 kids got shot there. And the young man that did the shooting, he turned himself in. And so what they want to do is try to paint this young man, Carmelo, as the same as this young man that did the shooting at Wilma Hutchinson School. And they are not. They are just 2 different people. Just because they got the same hue, that doesn't mean that they have the same ideology, the same mentality, and none of those things. And what it is showing, in my opinion, is that these young people are not feeling safe in a school. Because the reason why this young man saying that he did do the shooting at the school, which is crazy, is a crazy criminal offense to bring a weapon to the goddamn gun and then use it, is because he felt like the person that he shot was threatening his life. And he said himself that he already lost 3 family members to violence. And he said he is not going to be the 4th one. He said he'd rather be in jail than be dead and gone. Yeah, Sugarbo, that shit's crazy. I was surprised because I don't check it, but so Sugarbo, that shit's crazy. How many people that was on the blacklist it was insane, actually. I was like, what the? I was like, maybe. I was like, hey, Sugarbo and Robin, I was like, damn, maybe I should pay attention to customer service. All this shit I was talking about customer service, I haven't been paying attention, but god damn. I'm pretty sure it wasn't just you. And it was a lot of wrenches too. So I'm not saying that you did it. I don't know who did what, but it was a lot. So what I'm saying is that young man, these high schools is not as safe as people think they are. It is not the same high school that we grew up in when you could just get jumped and beat up and people just run along and you could keep it moving. No, it's not the same. We're just going to have to face reality. We raise the children to believe that, hey, you put your hands on me, we're going to put that fire on you. And the kids are listening. We keep thinking that just because we say these things out loud that we wasn't saying it to the kids is going to soak it up anyway. You know what I'm saying? It's just what it is. A lot of these young kids don't feel safe in a goddamn school, especially clearly in Texas. Something going on in Texas for sure. Don't worry, the workshop. I don't know why. I don't know, but I get emailed about at least 10 times a day just to go off the subject. I don't understand, but it is very important to a lot of people. Clearly, that's why I get emails so much, and people feel away. They feel like they're getting silenced in the chat. They feel all these types of ways. I don't know. Even though I maintain my character, hey, it is what it is. They try to blame everything on something else. It's so much going on with I don't know. I can't call it. Who Robinette, who you talking about? She said they focus on me, but she be timing everybody out for 24 hours. Who name the person so I know who it is? Because I don't know. Anyway, let me jump back into it. Let y'all do y'all damn thing in the chat. Y'all be doing your own things. And it's also what situation is a reminder how quick we are to judge. And the optics are bad. It looks crazy that they did buy a new car, which they needed to. They had to get some kind of vehicle to get him in and out of the place. It's okay. But until we have all the facts, maybe we should hold off the torches, the pitchforks, because at the end of the day, this isn't just about money. It's about the family trying to navigate an impossible situation. So let's keep it going. And the hard question is, and let's remember that justice isn't just about what happens in the courtroom. It's also what happens in our communities, right? So they are trying to make this kid, this young man, this family that is an honest family look a certain way, and we cannot allow it to happen. I tried to go check out the Angry Man show yesterday. He was over there just making these people look like they are horrible people, talking about if the roles were reversed, what would be black people be saying? What you saying? We'll say that this is normal. They was trying to say on the Angry Man show last night that, hey, his bond should have stayed $1 million. For what reason? You have no reason to keep that young man's bail at $1 million. Like they are getting death threats because the young man decided to stand his ground in a state where that is a common practice to do. That's the scary part. And all we want people to do, well, at least on my side of the thought process, right? I believe that we should just hold people to the law. If it's good for him, then it got to be good for him as well, too. We all goddamn citizens. So if you're going to say that it's self-defense, you can stand your ground. You don't have to retreat. So we cannot be saying, hey, why he just didn't move? No, he didn't have to. That other person that was trying to force him to move, the other two people that was trying to force him to move, they had no jurisdiction to tell him to move. And stop lying on the goddamn family just because they black. It's okay. It has some black affluent human beings out there in the world that is doing a damn thing. And stop trying to put all the negative aspects of black people on all black folks. It's crazy.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Very Sexy Red TV with the 998. Good day, Sharon. Good day. How you doing? Thank you so much, Very Sexy Red TV. Let me go check. They said people getting timed out still? Well, if you get timed out now, then that means you really doing something. Because barely people even have a goddamn risk to get timed out. So if you getting timed out now, then you really saying some nonsense. That's all I'm saying. If you get timed out now, you really doing some nonsense. So you better be careful. Insane. What's up, Dawn? That's crazy. I don't know if you understand it, but that's the Carmelo fundraiser fiasco that I seen. I also wanted to talk about Powell versus Trump. Did y'all hear about Powell? He is the chairman of the Federal Reserve. That shit been going crazy as of lately. Your man Donald Trump. Hey, listen, people are not it seems like the whole situation is starting to fall apart with his side of the supporters. It seems like a lot of those goddamn Republicans, they ain't holding up. Bubba, I'm sorry, but the wall is coming down, Bubba. It ain't looking so safe for your man Donald Trump anymore. People are not trying to hear anything that man is saying because we're starting to see that this tariff situation is not what it's out to be. These people making $900 million off of his tariff war, they ain't feeling that shit. It's just what it is. And I think it's interesting that Donald Trump is saying he just can't wait to fire this man. He want to fire Mr. Jerome Powell. Absolutely not. You can't knock it down and rebuild. No, once you knock it down, Trump is out of here. Peace. You gone. Because he's not doing it correctly. Like, it's people that are crying about it. People that were Donald Trump supporters, Donald Trump voters, they are now people that have business. It was this white man that I seen. He was on TikTok and he was complaining. He said he got to close his business. And he said, I had no idea. And the funniest part about it, well, I don't know if it's funny. The crazy thing about it, that somebody was in the chat while he was live talking about it. Mr. Music, while he was live talking about it, somebody said, I love this for you. Sugar Boy, what you talking about? Sugar Boy, I don't see. Sugar Boy, what you talking about? Sugar Boy, I can't. Let me get some. I need some glasses. Hold on. Let me get some. Need some glasses. God damn it. Sugar Bob. Hey, listen, Sugar Bob. I need some of those Izzy Band glasses so I can see what you're talking about because I can't see. Baby, I can't. Just like Saget, I can't see. Sugar Bob on my today. But anyhow, right back into the conversation. So we have this man. He has a business. God, let me see you. Make sure I'm blinded by them, Robin. Hold on. Let me wipe the coal out. Hold on. Let me wipe the coal out my eyes, Robin. What up, Myrie? I need those Izzy blind glasses, goddamn it, because I cannot see what Robin and Sugar Bum are talking about. Goddamn it, I don't know what they talking about. And so while we have it all this thing, so the man he has a business that he important things back and forth. And so what he said, yes, it was so crazy, right? In real time, she said, hey, I love this for you. While he was breaking down, the man was about to cry in tears because his business is failing because of the tariffs. Now he cannot afford to import or export the goods that he needs for his business. And so what he said, yes, I did vote for this. He did say he was going to do the tariffs, but I didn't know he was going to do it like, oh, so, that's why the young lady don't get mad. So he got upset. He said, oh, you like this for me that my business is failing because of Donald Trump's tariffs? No, that's not why she liked it for you. The reason why she likes it for you is because you voted for it. So you got what you wanted. We was trying to tell you on this channel, at least, we was trying to warn people like, hey, listen, the tariffs do not do what you think it is. We was trying to warn y'all. What he was attempting to do for the economy is not going to be good for businesses. I was trying to explain. People were saying, Sharon, you're wrong. I'm saying, listen, when you ship something, you buy all the products from China, you have to pay the whatever that cost is, and then you got to pay the tariff fee. You, the person that is doing business, not the country. And so he up around to find out. He said, yes, that's what it's voted for. So the lady said, I love this for you. Yes, because we love when people get what they are looking for. If I go to a restaurant and I order something, and then it comes in and it's exactly what I ordered, I will want the person that's across from me to say, I love this for you. When I get my Izzy blind glasses so I can see all the shit that Robert M. and Sugar Bum is talking about, and they gonna say, Sharon, see, I love this for you. So when this Donald Trump supporter and voter, he was preaching that all these tariffs is going to be good for the economy. Donald Trump's going to bring all the jobs back, but he destroyed the job market, the new job market, before the infrastructure to build up the goddamn job market so people can have jobs. He destroyed it before he even began. It's going to take years before you could bring factories back. It's going to be years before you do it. So, guys, we like this for you. All you Donald Trump voters and supporters, we love this for you because this is what you voted for. I agree, Robin M. China's like, hey, we don't care because y'all can't, because they know America do not, because he put the cart before the horse. He thought just because we had the money, we got 300 million people, we got 300 million consumers that other places that we got to keep buying. You got to build the goddamn infrastructure first before you start talking about, hey, we don't need your products and goods. We cannot compete. We do not have this slave labor mentality. And majority of Americans do not want these goddamn jobs that they have in China. They don't. Farmers is getting like, oh, shit, hey. Farmers is getting scared. They're like, hey, what's going on? But hey, shout out to all of the Trump supporters because we love this for you. You asked for it. Make sure I say it properly. So when your business is failing and it's because of tariffs is the reason why your business is failing, we love this for you. Yes, I have a child that's in China right now, Mr. Nix. Yes, Mr. Nix, yes, we do. Any other questions? So yes, I have a child that's in China, and yes, we speak Mandarin. It's not called Chinese, and there's different levels of Mandarin. Depends on what region of China you are in. Absolutely. Me personally, no, Bubba. I agree with you. I ain't doing it. It's a beautiful place. It's nice and clean. It's a different style of living. It's awesome. Just ain't for me. Just ain't for me. So again, you have to build the infrastructure first before you start tariffing the whole world and then so here's the real problem is that so people that effed around and found out, right? So they went and vote for this man and they didn't know their business was going to fail. It was another white woman. She said, hey, she has a business. She got $30,000 worth of business. So all the products that she sells, like she has this baby business where she makes bottles, cups, and bibs, and all these things. All these products are coming from China. She has $30,000 worth of product in China ready to ship. However, with the new tariff that is put on all the products over there, it's going to cost a cost, so they said, for them to release her product so she can sell it, it's going to cost her $200,000 to get for her products to be released to her to do business. And she said she can't afford it because it was supposed to be $30,000. The way how she would have to mark up all of her prices, nobody's going to buy those products for those prices. That's what the tariff did. It hurts the normal small business. This is a problem that I don't know why people didn't understand that when it was happening, when we was explaining, they was fighting tooth and nail, and then they had their own person come out and say, no, was Donald Trump. Yes, that's what she said. Otis, she said she had $30,000 sitting at customs, and they told her it's going to cost her $200,000 to release it. And guess what? Your Shein clothes is going up too. And so Bubba said, we understand and we still voted for it. So we love this for you. You got exactly what you asked for. And we are seeing what Powell is saying. It's like, hey, right? So Powell is saying like he is the head of the Federal Reserve, right? And then recent, he is on his takedown on Trump tariff policies. Now, Powell didn't just criticize Trump. He blasts him like a preacher calling out sinners on Sunday morning. It's beautiful Sunday morning. And it was glorious. Trump's tariffs was supposed to be the big, bold move to protect American jobs and stick it to China. But Powell's like, hold up, hold my phone. He said these tariffs are doing more harm than good. This is what he said. And he said they're causing higher inflation and slower economic growth. He said that's like trying to fix a leaky faucet and flooding the whole house instead. That's what the Federalists, that's what he said. This is a professor. This is somebody that deals with money on a day-to-day basis. He deals with these kind of trades. I didn't say I love him. I'm just saying he's somebody that knows about this side of the game. He's somebody that knows about this side of the business. LA says, I disagree. Oh, man, that's crazy. So I don't know. I don't know what me having to love him got to do with anything. This man don't. I'm just saying. That sounds crazy. Powell even warned, that tariffs could lead to stagflation, something that came up on his channel as well. Because now stagflation is when you've got high inflation and high unemployment at the same time. That's what stagflation. Somebody had asked about that question not too long ago. For some reason, they think I don't know what it is. It is what it is because they know everything. Everybody else knows everything. And Sharon is the goddamn dummy. I get it. That's what stagflation is for anybody that didn't know. It's when you have high inflation and high unemployment at the same time. And it's like the economy's bad, is like a version of a bad hangover. You're broke and you can't afford the goddamn aspirin. And Powell's exact words were that the tariffs are significantly higher or larger than anticipated. That's his exact words. And he said it's creating a challenging scenario for the Fed. And let's not forget the stock market. As soon as Powell opened his mouth, 690 points dropped. That's not a dip. That's a nosedive. The investor was like, oh no, not this again. It started selling faster than a goddamn Black Friday sale at Walmart. I don't know why we keep acting like we don't see what's going on. But I guess we're gonna have somebody say, well, it's dipping. This is the time to buy with your $5. Make some money, make 20 cents on the dollar. And I would love for any of the goddamn Trump supporters, hey, hit the link. You talking all that shit, hit the link. What about all those people that's losing money, losing their businesses, losing their goddamn farms? They can't find nobody to work the goddamn strawberry farm. Tell me where he's doing a good job at. I want to know. I want some stats, some facts to back up that he's doing such a great job. Please point me in a direction of this great job that you love for him doing, because guess what? The nation do not believe so. Because his approval rating is dropping faster than I don't know what. His approval rating is dropping. Let me see. Let me lock it in. Because what I did learn is this, that I can't, for whatever reason, Sharon can't ask for likes, Sharon can't ask for shares, and Sharon can't ask for suit. Because when I do it, it is blasphemous. What up, LA Wilkes? I would love for LA Wilkes to hit the link and let me know what he thinks about shit I was talking about today. I would enjoy that very much so. Because I just want to see where people's point of view at, and if they can substantiate their argument and not just talk shit just to be talking it. Not just saying things just to say it. Because that's what happens a lot. And Trump response, Trump's response, instead of addressing the actual issue, right? He went on social media and called for Powell's termination. That's insane to me. This is like blaming the fireman for the fire. Trump even said Powell was too late and wrong about interest rates. Meanwhile, Powell is just trying to clean up the mess, in my opinion. And I believe Powell's honesty is a breath of fresh air for the people on that side of the aisle. He ain't sugarcoating anything. He's not sugarcoating anything. Let me drink some more water, goddamn it. And maybe what we need right now is just to force some real conversation about the impact of these policies, or at least give us some good memes. Either way, we watching history unfold as this BS. People are not going to be able to hold on to this goddamn fake MAGA results that they keep trying to say, because it's too up and down. The same people that voted not too long ago, they said Joe Biden was the reason for the economy. I believe it was a 54% reason that Joe Biden is the reason for the economy, or something of that nature, versus only 20-something percent, 10%, it was Donald Trump for that same situation. But now you flip it, they ask that same question again. Now they are saying it's like 60%. Somebody fact check it, please. It's like 60% approval rating that Donald Trump is the reason for the economy and where we at today. So they're not. So now the American people are starting to be wise about it. And hey, you cannot just say things anymore. You don't have to prove it and back it up. It's because of his policies why we keep having these up and down stock market. We don't know what's going on. We see all these goddamn ghost jobs out there. We don't understand what's going on. People are responding. And it's scaring a lot of people. The bonds market is responding. These interest rates of homes are responding. It is ridiculous. People are afraid. And it's not working out. Welcome to the show. Silent. Good day, sir. What's your thought?
Yeah, I was thinking a thing of how they got rid of the mom and pop stores. Maybe they're doing getting rid of all the mom and pop international people. Because the big boys, they can handle this situation. All the people that can't handle that type of money, so they got to close their business. So they did it long enough. I said they did it long enough that the people that can't afford to pay that much money, they gotta close their business. So then all the big, so then we're gonna have to go to the bigger companies now. We can't just go to little mom and pop stores that do the international stuff. By raising the tariffs like that, I was just thinking that could be one strategy they doing. Get rid of all the smaller people.
I hear you. Good day. Welcome to the show, Kasim. What's your thoughts?
What's up, man? What's up? How are you? I've been typing in the chat all day yesterday, messing around with you, man. You're killing me. No, but man, listen. I've been having some talk with some peoples, right? I'm in the fashion industry, right? And it's a really, really challenging moment right now. And these tariffs are exposing a lot, fam. The tariffs is opening up the hood of the car, and now everybody can see what's going on, especially when it comes to these luxury retailers that have been charging these astronomical prices, for these bags and stuff like that. And China has retaliated. Yes, China has retaliated and saying, "Listen, if y'all gonna charge us all this money, then we gonna expose, everything. We gonna do like the Wizard of Oz and pull the shade out and let everything happen." So now China's responding now saying, "Hey, the same bags that you guys pay all these tens of thousands of dollars for, we do that same bag like right here next to us." As a matter of fact, I'm sitting here at my desk, my man, and it was making the same Hermes bag that I'm making for Michael Kors, right? So you don't have to pay $10,000 for this bag. You can get it from me for $1,000. And so this thing right now is going really, really viral on social media, on YouTube. It's like everywhere that you go now, you're seeing that. And I think this is one of the things that Trump did not anticipate doing. I think that he thought that, we could just impose all these tariffs on these people and they're not going to fight back. And China is fighting back in a really big way. So now all of these luxury retailers now are trying to come up with the right PR word to say in order to keep people in that bubble thinking that, that it's made in Italy, which we know only the final process of it. They might add a button and might have a stamp on it, but the majority of it was made in China.
Yeah.
Right. So now the same bags that you get, anywhere else, you can get it for like $50 or $100. So now it's not a shame to have things from China. And now we're coming to understand that China was pretty much holding up the United States when it comes to consumerism. So this is going to be a big thing now as far as what, people and companies are going to do. I know our company has raised their prices. Hermes just this morning announced that they are going to not absorb the cost of tariffs, but pass it on to the consumer. And they're going to charge 10% more starting May 1st. Normally they do like 3 to 8%, but they're like, no, damn that. On May 1st, everything from our complete product line is going to go to 10%. And because their stock was not doing so well, it fell short of the 9.8% that they were supposed to do. So now Hermes is the leader now when it comes to global luxury. So now all the other stores are going to start following suit.
Ooh.
Most stores wanted to put anywhere between 6 to 8%. Now they're like, shit, if Hermes is putting 10% on theirs, we might as well put 10% on ours. So I would say within the next few weeks, you're going to see prices starting to rise. Individuals are now no longer going to be into the luxury thing. Now it's like, you know what? I can just go directly to China, the China warehouse and factories to get it, because these warehouse workers in China are putting down exactly. They got videos showing how they make it. And this one guy, he broke down a Birkin bag and how they was charging $20,000, and he broke down the price. He was like, the cost of this make this bag is $1,400.
Right.
If you buy it from me, you can get it for $1,000. So now these things are going viral, fam. So I think when it comes to the economy, I think he doesn't really get it as far as how much damage it's going to do to consumer confidence, but also where they're going to be doing their shopping. It's not going to really come back here to America. It's going to put even more emphasis on China. And so what if you charge 100% tariff on it? Shit, is $1,000? I'm paying $2,000 now.
Right.
So
It's
what? Versus
still
20,000. You know, so
right.
but yeah, I wanted to say that, man, put that out there for y'all in case y'all didn't know.
Yeah, and a lot of people just said, and I was really trying to break it down, the whole election and what he was attempting to do. I was like, hey man, listen, it don't work the way how you think it works. Like when you are the person that is trying to build your business, that tariff hit you first. You, the business owner, is going to hit you first. They're going to say, hey, listen, you pay whatever that company is in China, for example. Hey, it's $30,000 for your product. Now, for it to leave the dock, you got to pay your tariff price as well on top of whatever you are already established with that. That is separate from the business. The tariffs is separate from the business. And then if the company or the business is able to actually still afford to buy it with this new tariff that is placed on it, they are going to place it on the consumer. That's what happens. They are not going to absorb that price. They still want to hold their profit margin. They're not going to say, hey, we're going to just take the hit on our profit margin, make a little bit less. So they are not going to do that. It's not good business.
No. Even my CEO we were talking about that yesterday. And he was like, if it was anywhere between 1.5%, 1 to 1.5%, yeah, we can absorb that. But he was like, no, we're not absorbing, that cost. And even our prices are going up on May 1st as well. We're going up to 10%. Normally, it's anywhere again between 3 to 8, but now we're going up to 10%. So that's going to probably be the lead as far as industry wise, because they're all looking at the big boys. They're seeing what the big boys are doing, and they want to try to be like them. So yeah, so it's not going to be good for the American consumer. I'm just saying.
So
Brace
Kasim,
yourself.
before I pass it to Jalen. So what is your thoughts? Should we say we love this for you, for all the Trump supporters that were business people that were saying that they understood what was going to happen? Should we say, I love this for you?
You can say that.
Right? Because
You can say that.
it's not like they didn't know that he was going to do this, right? This is what he ran on. And they was like, yeah, this is going to be good for us. And now that you got exactly what you asked for,
Yeah.
hey, listen, all of y'all, the Trump voters, I love this way because he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. I love it for y'all.
Yeah, I think the premise was right, but they didn't understand the mechanics, behind it, the processes that they had to do in order to make that happen. And if they really understood that process of what he had to do to make it happen for them, they'd be like, "Wait a minute, hold up. So you got to do this, this, and this in order to
Right.
make this happen for the greater good." It's like, nah, man, I don't think I want to do that because this process is going to hurt me more than what I'll benefit from. So that's all it is, man.
Yeah, and I don't, and that was the weirdest part to me, that when he rolled out this whole tariff plan, that he didn't actually have a plan. That he just
No.
wanted to be a bully. They do this to us, so we're gonna do it to them. But and when you peel back the onion, you look into what's actually happening. It's fair. It was agreement long time ago. Is actually fair. China get their profit, Americans get their profit, and the businesses get their profit, and it's a cycle. Everybody, nobody's going to be 100% even on these deals. Somebody's going to have to be a winner somewhere. Not to the fact where you say, "Hey, we're just going to tariff them. They just going to bend over." No, it don't work that way because you didn't build the manufacturing for us first. If you'd have built the manufacturing for us first and say, "Hey, look, we got the workers." And we got the buildings and we got the production that we could compete with you. And then you put the tariffs on. Then, hey, I'm like, hey, that still would have been a hard ass, but at least you'd have had the infrastructure to at least combat it. We don't have the infrastructure to combat the production.
And even when we do get the infrastructure, Sharon, it's going to be so freaking expensive in order to buy stuff here in the United States. We can't compete with China when it comes to the labor market, which is one of the biggest reasons why companies outsource products in order to have it made in China, because the workload and the labor is cheaper and they get more profits. If they bring things to the United States, people, they're going to unionize, they're going to want, maximum benefits. They're going to want, $25, $35 an hour, which is going to drive the cost up even more. Yeah. And then people are not going to be, feeling it. They're not going to want to do it. So it's all coming to fruition right now, fam. Everything.
And I was trying to explain it to them in a steel and aluminum sense, like how he did it. He just tried it 4 years ago, and when he did the aluminum steel, yes, it jumped up 1,000 new jobs. But then when they had to start paying people more, they had to make sure they keep certain unions away. They had to do all these other stuff. They had to drop 75,000 jobs because they couldn't keep up with. And that's how it really trickles down when you are. And I think the main problem is that, like, so like for me and you, we manage, right? So we understand where it trickles down from, and we got to try to stop leaky forces all over the place. Because once you plug in one, it's going to be another one. And now you run out of places to plug. You know what I'm saying? And and it is wild. It's crazy that people just did not want to believe that it is not good for the economy to raise prices before infrastructure. It's just a weird thing to see.
Well, you know, Sharon, most people are one, what do you call that? One topic voters. You know, anything that really resonates with them, they're gonna go for it. Forget about everything else. As long as I get what I want out of this thing personally, then you know, you can have the rest. And this is exactly, you know, what we're seeing. Individuals that voted strictly just for immigration or strictly just for certain policies, they don't understand that there's a whole lot of stuff that come behind that, you know, in order for you to get what you want, that will really make a difference and really truly affect you personally. And it's kind of like the analogy with, you know, with the ostrich with his head in the sand, thinking that, oh, I'm safe, but your whole body's exposed. Right? Your whole body's exposed. You know what I'm saying? They're not hitting you with headshots, they're hitting you on your body, your leg, all of that. So you about to go down. But I think a lot of more Trump supporters are gonna, I don't know whether they'll come around, right? But they'll start feeling it in their pockets, especially when it comes to like late fall, early wintertime, is when you're really gonna start seeing them like, hey, like, you know what? We didn't ask for all of this, you know. But then he's gonna say, well, you wanted the tariffs, like you wanted the immigrants out of here. Now they're out of here. It's like, yeah, but look what we got to do now. All this other work, we got to do all this other work. Now all the other prices are high. Right, and then you're not really doing anything for us individually. I see your stock portfolio looking lavish over here. Y'all eating good. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody really showing where y'all at, but here where I am, you know, we need more help. And I think Middle America and those individuals in the middle part, Ohio Valley area is really going to start feeling it, man. Seriously.
Absolutely, because they don't have the hustle culture to support other means of money. Like where we at, you could do a lot of different things to get out there on the grind and figure out. You could go ahead and try to buy like all the stuff that's here already. You can still try to get ahead and create your new fashion line quick fast before that supply runs out, right? Before it gets tariff, right? So that's the next thing. People are scrambling to why he brought it back down. But the thing is that he lifted it for what, 90 days? But he only lifted it for electronics and car parts. And it shows the weakness in his mentality. So the normal things that you are trying to buy on a day-to-day basis is about to be up. Like it ain't gonna be like it's gonna go so crazy. People do not understand how crazy it can actually get if you don't get a hold on it within these 90 days.
Yes. And the prices won't go down, Sharon. Those prices, ladies and gentlemen, prices and stuff that y'all pay for as consumers, that price is not going to go down. The worst thing it's going to do is stay where it is for a couple of years, but that price is not going to go down, right? Because we want to recuperate as much money as possible, right? We're not in the business. We're not robbing. We're not in the business to give things out for people and do the stuff for free and take the heavy loads. Like, no, we're in this business to make money and to be profitable, right? The good old USA, good old capitalism, right? So I think the more and more people are starting to come around and understand that, they're starting to kind of change their perspective as far as, you know, wow, maybe I really didn't know exactly what I'm voting for. However, I believe it's a little bit too late now, right? The cat's out of the bag and it's too late.
And the small businesses are going to hurt the most. And this is the part they didn't really understand, right? It's because a lot of these small businesses, especially the ones that's doing like baby clothes and bibs and little baby bottles, all these little small businesses that you never even heard of, right? Because it don't come across your timeline, but it's people making millions of dollars off of these little baby clothes that you never heard of, these little products that you never heard that they make over there, and they employ by like 10 to 20 people to even ship all these shipments out. Their business is gone within 3 months, possibly. It's like it's completely wiped out. And then, and I think people just don't understand that the local business owner is going to be affected so much. It's going to be worse than how Walmart did when they came into two towns, and all of a sudden there's no more mom and pops. It's kind of what Simon was saying, right? When Walmart got there, it was all good. Everybody like, yes, we love the prices, but you killed about 100 different businesses.
Yeah, I have a friend of mine. I'm going to say this, and then I have to go for a meeting. I have a friend of mine that just opened up her business. She used to work at Bloomingdale's here. I'm sorry, Macy's. And she's an entrepreneur now. She has her own little coffee shop. She's had it for 2 years. And we had a really good conversation this morning, man. And she was asking me, tips about business and stuff like that, because she's worried. She's like, you know what, Kasim? I used to buy these big bags of coffee for $45 a bag. Now the prices went up. Now it's $103 per bag.
Woo!
Yes, she used to pay 40 something. Now she's paying $103 per bag. She was like, I don't know if I can afford this, or not. And she's noticing that the people are slowing down on the amount of coffee that they drink. She has 2 spots in Brooklyn. She has one on 7th Avenue, and then she opened another one in Park Slope. So those rents ain't cheap.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So now she doesn't know what she's gonna do.
Too over there.
Yeah, so she don't know what she's gonna do, man. She's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So I gave her some connects and stuff like that to people she can call maybe to get some of the prices down. But yeah, she's worried, man, that her business might not survive. Absolutely.
I have a coffee friend as well, and he was getting his coffee from Colombia. And he was like, "Yeah, I don't understand, like with these times, with him, especially with him doing it with the opposing countries that are big coffee bean as well, right? So now, even though he didn't have Colombia crazy, but all the other coffee bean manufacturing places, he tariffed them. So now people are not going to buy from those countries anymore. And so now, what is that going to do to Colombia? They're going to have to raise the price because demand is going to go up. And so now it's the same price as the Vietnam, and just people just don't understand how it trickles down. When you plug in one, you got to plug in the other. It trickles down so quick.
And in addition to that, Sharon, let's say people were used to drinking your coffee beans from Venezuela, right? So now they come back to your shop specifically because they like that particular brand of coffee. Now here it is, you switch your beans to Colombia, and now they coming in thinking they're gonna get Venezuela, and they taste your coffee, they spitting it out like, what the fuck is this? Right now, guess what happened? That customer no longer comes back to your shop, to your store. They go somewhere else. Your traffic dies down. Your average dollar per transaction drives down. Your conversion drives down. And next thing you know, your little coffee shop is done, man.
That quick. That quickly it can trickle down. And people don't understand, like, especially when you're a small business, man, and you have the slightest little thing in your business can turn you from profitable to in the goddamn red. Yo,
and her employees want to raise, want to make more money.
Absolutely, because they don't care that the business, because in their mind they still see customers coming in and out in their mind. They don't understand that all this other stuff that trickle down, and then insurance is going up too. Insurance is crazy. In the construction world, forget it. And you can barely get. You got to get $10 million bonds to do a job. It's crazy.
Yeah, stupid. Listen, man, it was good chopping up with you, man. Let me get ready for this meeting. I'm gonna try to come back on later, but keep this thing going, man. I think this is a good topic for you.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Kasim.
All right, man. Be good.
It's gonna get crazy out here, man. Like, hey, listen. Shout out. At least you don't do. You probably won't feel it because you're not doing truck driving. You don't go to the docks and all those things. Because over there, it's getting crazy over there. Like, they backing up the lines. Things is not moving forward. Davey Dix, what you mean? American Negro News with the $4.99. Who brought my rent? Do you prefer super chats or cash? I'm trying to hold off on selling wrenches and all those things. Hey, I gotta figure it out, Silent. I was thinking about doing it as a Sugar Bum says she don't drink coffee, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to affect your neighborhood. $10 for coffee is crazy, and it's about to get worse because of he still have the tariffs on Venezuela, and and Vietnam, where a lot of people get their coffee beans from. He do not have a tariff on Colombia, so therefore it's going to drive prices up in Colombia because the demand for their coffee is going to go up tremendously. I know people don't really care about business like that. They don't understand how the economics trickle down from one place to the other. They think that it is a very delicate balance that we have to maintain to get small businesses up and running. Like, man, 1 month you could be good, the next month you are not in business.
And is this just to make the government have more money, pretty much? I mean, because we're paying the tariffs to ourselves, pretty much. So it's crazy.
What you mean paying the tariffs to yourself?
No, I'm saying like the government. So we paying pretty much we're gonna absorb the costs, but what they gotta pay, they're paying our government. So in a way, we are paying the tariffs, to the government. So to make, huh?
Who's paying our government?
I'm saying how he's doing it to China or whatever cost that is absorbed is paying to the government, right? Like who does the tariffs go to?
Yeah, it goes to the government agency. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and what I'm saying that the business owner is paying that to the government, not China is paying it to the government.
Yeah. So pretty much.
So like
they
if
taxing
I
them,
ordered,
but they don't
ordered $10,000 worth of product from China, and then now I gotta pay a 200 because I think he moved up to 254%. So for me to actually get it released to me from customs and put it on a shipping container so now it could be on the truck driver's route, I'm gonna have to pay that 254% tariff to get it released from customs. That's how it goes. So the business is gonna pay, and then so now I gotta either absorb that extra cost or pass it on to the consumer.
Price. Yep.
It's one or the other. And for some reason, for a long time, people was acting like they did not understand it. And for the life of me, I don't understand why people did not understand that.
And honestly, I'm thinking he don't understand it. He was just saying stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, you probably see now. How old is he now? Shit, he's probably crazy. Took off.
My bad. I had to go grab something. So yeah, we gotta absorb that goddamn cost. It's gonna affect a lot of things, especially in so we see what China's doing. They are fighting back, and they fighting back hard. They not just fighting back with their own reciprocal tariff on us, and and they also putting out a smear campaign. And we also understand that China is not just a good strong market for production. They also very good in the technology world and know how to market and campaign against other regimes. This is what they are good at. They are hard-headed people. They know how to do it. They know how to paint a narrative.
Yeah,
and the thing is that
better too.
This narrative that Donald Trump was doing, it ain't working anymore because he's going back and forth too often. So this whole idea, he said, we are not going to do a 90-day pause. And then the very next day, he does a 90-day pause. And then she says, oh, y'all don't understand the art of the deals, what she said. Like, no, ma'am, this shit is not a game. This is not a goddamn TV show. And the problem that I'm having, he is running his presidency as like it was a TV show, like we on whatever the name of that, The Apprentice.
So how old is he? Is he senile or something?
I
don't think
like
he understand. I don't think he really understand what tariffs is or anything. I mean,
I think a strong possibility that he is losing his mind. And he is on the decline rapidly. and he's
Just
not
talk.
able to keep up with the manipulation that he had before. Like before, people was falling into the manipulation because people was not getting hurt by it, right? So now when his own voters, his own supporters are losing their business, and now people that was on the other side say, hey, I love this for you, you cannot be mad anymore.
Yeah.
Because you are the dumb one that got duped. You the one that fell for it because you just love white peen so much.
I mean, because how they thought it was gonna happen, a person that been rich their whole life or wealthy and never probably was told no in their life. So he probably just is whatever. He probably don't understand the consequences of nothing right now. Like you,
Right, and for a
it's
long
something.
time, these people silent haven't understand the consequences for what they do. They don't understand the consequences for touching people. They don't understand the consequences for talking the way how they talk. They think that they are the smartest people in the room at all times. But in reality, when we just have a conversation with them, we see them that you are not the smartest. You are not the strongest. You are part of the smartest population in this world.
Because
You are the 13% of this goddamn world.
And they act like
I'm telling you.
And I don't think what's his name? Musk is smart as everybody think. He just buying other companies.
Right. So like PayPal, he hired a lot of great people for the PayPal situation, right? And he stumbled upon the PayPal situation.
And
right?
plus, I don't know if you'll call it a draft.
When he was building up his business, Silent, he stumbled upon the PayPal part. He was trying to build something else, and people said, "Hey, we like this idea that we could send money through email." And then that's
I don't know if you'll call it a draft dodger per se, but I guess in South Africa when you turn 18, I guess you got to do some time in military. That's why he came to the U.S. when he was 17, dodging to go to the military. So that's the type of person we have here.
So like Maui Games, he says we was gonna have a civil war and a world war if Kamala won. There's no proof to that at all. It's nothing about her policies that says we would have been at war when we are literally at war right now with China. People don't understand that a tariff war is a war. When you put tariffs on other countries, that is an act of war. I don't understand. Maybe most people just, I don't know. But most people just don't understand that. It's an act of war.
And what happened to the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it? If it was working fine, why are you messing with it? You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. Well, I mean, or what are he doing to it now? You know.
Well, no. So you could definitely improve on something. Something is working perfectly fine. You could still improve on it.
But not the way he's doing it.
And so, right. So yeah, the way how he's moving things as of right now, so trade war in context, you're right. But the issue is that like people like Maui Games, they are going to see day in and day out that is just not working the way how they think it's working. It's just not. It's not moving in a direction, and they don't have no words to back up that the things that Donald Trump is doing is moving in the correct direction. Anytime I ask, I leave the link open. I have it pinned to the top. Please hit the link and explain to me with your facts that these things are working, and they cannot do it. It is not possible for them.
My thing with Myron, okay, I know they said he's from Sudan and all that stuff, but
I didn't say Myron. Really... I said it's a guy in the chat named Mao.
Oh, my fault. Okay. Well, I thought you said Myron, but I was about to say, even though he's from Sudan, is he really black? He looked more Indian to me. Like, is he really black? Or is he an Indian that was raised there and then he think, you know?
In this day and age, I have no idea what is considered black anymore. At one point, we couldn't say, I don't know. To me, the way how he speaks, I cannot say that he's black. The majority of these black male conservatives that speak like Myron, I think they're exposing themselves on a day-to-day basis that they just wanted to make themselves outside of the box from everyday black people. They feel like they was their exception to the rule, but it seems as they are getting a Negro wake-up call on a day-to-day basis, especially with this new case. And this is why it's very difficult for majority of people to take out the race in this case, right? Because they keep trying to flip and say, if the roles were reversed and it was a black kid that got stabbed, what would we be saying? It would depends on what happened. First of all, we know that white kid would not have had $1 million bond. That's number one. He would also probably got fundraised for a lot more money because people like Zimmerman had millions of dollars when he deleted a person. We got people trying to get Derek Chauvin off right now. We have plenty of examples of it being in the reverse and nothing happens to the white boy. So we understand what it is. And all we are trying to get America to do is hold on to their standard of law. It's not about if we morally think that somebody should have had their life taken.
Yeah, because it's cases that we don't hear about, but be on maybe smaller news stations. But it's cases of white students lynching kids. There's the stories of them drowning, like purposely drowning somebody. Oh, it's all an accident. Oh, there's a horse playing, and they get off. But then when there's a black kid that do something, it's fucking nationwide news, probably national news. Like. And then they didn't look up what Riffenhouse, whatever his name is. They didn't look up what he did with his money.
Right.
Look that up and see what he did. I'm sure they got all types of stuff.
Nobody cared. No, it wasn't even a question, but somehow and this is just it kind of stems from yesterday. Like no matter what, people that are doing the right things, they are going to get criticized the most. So we know that they come from a family that was the couple, the father and the wife. And the mother, they've been married for 17 years, moving to an affluent neighborhood in their children's life. No scandals is what we know of at this moment. But however, somehow those are supposed to be the bad ones, right? Because they cannot take race up out of the equation. They got to say, hey, you black, you wrong.
And the same people that say, oh, they shouldn't be doing that with the money, let them get some money like that. They're going to do the same thing.
But here's the thing, Cyan, he hasn't gotten the money.
Got the money yet. Okay. So they just,
so they
just talking shit.
They put all these assumptions on this young man's family saying they bought a brand new house. They bought a brand new Cadillac. They brought some new jewelry. They bought some new Jordan so he could run. They put all these things on him when he has not done any of those things. They just saying things. And when the father himself said, hey, we are going to use that money for my son's defense. We're going to use that money for extra security because he began death threats on his life. They are upset that somebody want to protect their child. That is a black man, a father that is in his child's life, living with his son. His son lives with him. They are all in the same house. They are upset that this black man do not fit the narrative.
I said, now that's another thing. Do they got police posted outside their door, or they just say, okay, you just at home?
I have no idea. And and they just into this whole idea of getting doxing and all these things, right? So the dudes was trying to dox them or where they live. They need to move out from where they live.
Exactly. They definitely need to be in protective custody, or like you said, move to a gated community. But then even then, they probably find a way to get.
They already lived in a gated community.
Oh shit, yeah.
So they was doing. That's what I'm saying. They was doing well as a family from the jump. And for some reason, so many people, I understand how these people are thinking, right? All of these fake white man Negro worshipers. It's a lot of them out there. Anything black, it gotta be wrong. And they don't realize I don't know who taught them to hate themselves the way how they do. This is why we got people that just come on. As soon as they start talking negative about black folk, they go up. Their numbers go up. Their ratings go up. Their shares go up. Their likes go up. Something about talking down on black folks is an easy thing to navigate for people to swallow. When you are a black person, you said, no, I'm a proud black person. I'm doing all the right things as much as I possibly can. I'm with the woman that I created my children with for 17 years. I moved my children to this neighborhood. I went to school. All of these things, it makes it so difficult for other people to resonate with it in the public. And the house that they keep showing, that they saying that they bought this brand new $900,000 house, that is their house that they've been living in for the past 10 years. It's not a brand new house. You cannot buy a house that fast any goddamn way.
Oh yeah.
Like this case hasn't even been going on for a month yet. They act like you could just buy, all right, just because you got the money, you're going to get into a house in a month. It don't usually take.
No. I mean, you got a bid on it, then you got to close on it.
Yeah, like maybe if you buy cash, it might take a month. But that's pretty goddamn fast. So they did not release the money yet.
And then they need to do the white kid like they'll do was post all those pictures with him holding guns and stuff. And
so this whole idea of when a lot of black folks, and so this is how we know how they think. They believe that other black folks is beneath them. And it was on, like somebody said on Angry Man's channel last night. They say no, the bond should have stayed at $1 million. No way. That's the whole reason why the black female judge, right? She put an ankle monitor on him. And that's why the bond was reduced so low. Because he said, yeah, I'll take the ankle monitor. I ain't trying to go nowhere. So he's not a risk to run anywhere. He is not TK. He is not going to do the race. He ain't no flight risk. And he's not going to do it again. He is not a kid that is out there just drilling things. This is not what this young man is.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good kid, and we need to treat him as he's a good kid, not as if he's a good black kid. No, he's a good kid. And then also we have the case in what is it called, Tiff? Wilma Hutchinson. It was just a shootout in another Dallas school. It was a young black kid that did it. That kid is completely different from Carmelo. That kid come from a rough place. And he felt like his life was threatened, so he ran up to the school on his own, and he shot the kid that was trying to take his life. We need to teach our young kid conflict resolution, because if somebody would have taught young Austin some conflict resolution, maybe he won't be so angry that his daddy was found guilty of SA in the first place.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying before on the panel, when other people get up here talking about, oh, I would have took the beating, or I just would have fought. Well, they didn't grow up in neighborhoods like we grew up in neighborhoods. He grew up with a nice family, all that stuff. Like, he don't know about combat. He probably never fought in his life or something, you know.
Right.
So, and then all this, you're 17. Oh, so you have this honor back then that if you had a weapon, you not use it, you'll just scuffle and fight, whatever.
Davey Dix, that's 100% fact. Let Angry Man start talking to a parents. All of a sudden, Angry Man turns into a pro-black. They are situational pro-black. It's weird. Absolutely is weird. Yes, I don't know why they get off of talking down on black folks, but no, it's not fair. We're not having it no more, especially when the kid is a good kid and he comes from a good family. We could take the race up out of there. Now, this is a good family and is a good kid. And just like we've been saying for a very long time, we are only getting one side of the information at this point. Because one thing I can say, they are a smart family, the Anthony family, because they haven't said a word. I think that's the smartest thing they did so far.
Yep.
They have not said a word to the media, because as soon as they start talking, it's gonna be, whoo. They better not miss a word. They say any wrong word and it's up in smoke. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to the Anthony family for being able to hold the line, man, and not say a word to the media, because I know that people are trying to offer them plenty of money to say something. And a lot of these black conservatives are getting exposed on a day-to-day basis. Because while they talking about Carmelo Anthony saying how he deserved all this time, I think the most that you could get him for is for the goddamn knife, but not for murder. Regardless of that, what happened over there in Wisconsin?
But didn't you say about having that knife like a 3-inch is it not counted as a knife because it's 3 inches, or is it counted as a tool?
Well, that's going to be the main uphill battle that he's going to have. What's up, MJ? That's going to be his main uphill battle because technically anything that could cut somebody can be considered not on school. So it's going to be a difficult one. That part is going to be difficult.
I can't believe people talking about that was trespassing. Like that don't even make sense to me. Even if it's on, it's their tent, it's not trespassing.
Yeah. So and then they just recently had I believe a kid in Wisconsin, a white man, right? A young white kid around 17 years old, Silent. I'm pretty sure Imperius ain't gonna be talking about that. I'm pretty sure Angry Man ain't gonna talk about that. None of these black conservatives are gonna talk about how this young white boy, he went out there and said, hey, listen, I'm going to go kill my 2 parents. Let me say, I'm going to delete my 2 parents. And once I get their insurance money from deleting them, that now he's going to use that insurance money to fund his training and his assassination of the said president. And the reason why he is going to do all of these things, Silent, is so they can start a race war, and now he can help all of the white people in America. He said, if I kill 3 white people, it's going to help everybody, all the white people in America. That's that man's ideology.
Delusions.
It's outrageous is what it is. But they say that we are the most violent people out here. This man said, hey, to save the white in America, we got to kill 3 white folks first. He's going to say, I'm going to make Donald Trump a martyr. And this is how we're going to save white America.
So if they just look at history alone, how could they say we are the most violent people here? Like all the stuff they've done. And now they so innocent, and now they so afraid of us.
It's so weird, but I don't hear them talking about it at all. It is something that it is a factuation of talking down on black folks that is just that keeps people going. That's the shit that they need. They wake up and when I gotta say it too, right? Because I don't have no milk, no sugar. Well, send it to me, Davey. I don't know about the Matt Walsh versus Megyn Kelly story. I don't be watching those white folks like that, but because I have no problem with them. Hey, when I see it come across my timeline and I just see it as an individual doing something wild and crazy, hey, I talk about it. I think the fact that it's so many people are upset about his bond, I think it's crazy to me that people are upset. It's saying that he is using his money to buy houses and cars when the money has not even been released yet. It's nasty work. I think the fact that people are afraid to just talk bad about Donald Trump in any kind of way is nasty work. I think the fact that when every time I leave the panel open, so that people that have this disagreement and they say how great the other people are, that they cannot substantiate their words, I think that's nasty work.
You've been a bully his whole life. Bullying.
And it's just weird to me to see so many people have disagreements without being able to substantiate anything. It's wild and crazy to me. They just want to throw little shots and darts in the dark for no reason. Oh, this person did this. All right, but why? Jerome, you let them do this. What you talking about? I ain't let nobody do anything. just cry. They just want to complain for no reason. FBA, why Hunter Metcalf should be in jail? What you mean? What did Hunter Metcalf do? I want to know. That's crazy. Please, somebody let me know. I want to know why you say that. That's crazy. Memberships is going crazy. Let me see. But let me see. Maybe make sure that the link is still is the link still there? Let me see.
Yeah, I think you pinned it. I think that's what I clicked on. Are they scared to come up today or something? Talking about their white daddy. But let me make sure it's pinned because maybe I got it confused. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think the likes are insane. Yeah, I hit the like and I shared it. So I have a lot of people that's in the chat that disagrees with what I'm saying, disagrees with my position, but they cannot substantiate with any facts. And that's another thing I realized too. A lot of the MAGA supporters, they cannot deal with facts. Facts is their main crutch. They always want to talk about hypotheticals and what else. They cannot deal in facts whatsoever. That is the hardest thing for them to deal with. And then why they scared to come up here and have a conversation about it? Stand in the chatting. I mean, I have no problem with it. Hey, if you want to, but don't just say things without any facts behind it. I might have to, Robin. You might be right. And I just think it's so weird, Robin, that it ain't just the Trump voters, right? It's also a lot of the race baiters as well. That's what they tend to do as well. They just say things and they can't substantiate not one freaking word, Robin. They'll just say, Sharon, you be making me feel. Shut your punk ass up. Good day. Welcome to the show, Happy. How you doing?
Hey, what's up? Good day to
I'm
you.
doing well. Thank you.
Tyler. Good day to everybody in the chat. What's up? I'm doing well. Thank you. Thank you very much. But I was just one of those people in the chat. Not that I was even paying attention to you because I was in the chat talking to everybody in the chat. So, but you rang and all that. Ain't nobody scared. I'm never scared, baby.
Huh? Right, so what's your disagreement?
Oh, I didn't say I had one. See, I just told you that. See, this is what I was talking about. Oh, no. But you was talking a little bit of slick crap. So I said, let me get up here. I know it's not Friday and all that. But since, you had that little dead air and all of that, I figured, why not? I'll be back. I got to take a phone call.
and they love to gaslight things that they cannot substantiate. This is one thing I definitely learned with having conversations with people is that they are very upset when their point of view gets destroyed. It really bothers them when they cannot substantiate their point, whether it's talking about relationships, whether it's talking about politics, especially MAGA, race. They just cannot deal with the facts at all. They cannot bring up any facts. No matter how much appears was screamed from the mountaintop and screamed from the chat, and he'll say the bullshit that he is saying, he cannot bring up not one fact, stat, or data to prove that white people ain't the main contributors to violent crimes in America. They just can't. No matter what, they would keep attempting to make every black man look like he's the worst person in the world every single day. And it's just not true anymore. Maybe 10 years ago, hey, you had a point.
And then if you think about it, they police us more. They let them go. They let them go easier, but then they still the highest. So what they really doing? So it's probably higher than what we seeing.
Mm-hmm. And it's I don't think it's fun. And I appreciate all the productivity or the love that we do get. Hey, shout out to my real supporters that hitting that like and the share button. It's only 69 of y'all. But however, I love each and every last one of y'all. I appreciate it. I'm just gonna have to learn how to deal with that. That is what it is.
What they be looking at the screen, arms folded, mad, don't want to hit the like button. Hate watching.
Yeah, they definitely. Hey, it is what it is, I guess. I'm not sure what to think about it, but I gave you my few points of how I feel about every goddamn thing of today. Yesterday was a phenomenal day as well. It was crazy. It was wild. I had Lee over here just crying about. He was just crying. That was crazy. But I also want to let people know that no president can directly fire the Federal Reserve chairman. So Mr. Jerome is safe. The Fed operates as an independent entity. And so the chairman, he is appointed a 4-year term. So the president, he can appoint and reappoint. But removing them requires a cause such as misconduct or inability to perform duties. And so I think that man is going to be safe on his job. MBG Gaming, they absolutely protesting.
How you gonna get mad for someone telling the truth?
Say that again, Happy?
So, do you not still think that Trump is gonna make sure that Vance is in office?
I think he's going to attempt
Before
to.
he
But
leaves?
I think he's doing.
Or has your mind changed?
I think he's doing such a horrible job that's going to be very difficult for somebody like JD Vance to just take over the mantle. I think they still going to try to push for Donald Trump for his third term situation what he got going on. Robin M, I do. It is crazy, Robin M, but I am attempting to. But every time, I try my best to venture out and do different topics, Robin M. I don't talk about just people in the space at all. I try to keep the conversation about different things. I try to have the topics, talk about money. We were talking about money yesterday. We were talking about black business yesterday. Today we talking about politics. The other day we were talking about race. Like, I'm doing my best not to, try to move the conversations forward.
That's
if
what's
I do
up. I think you're doing
if I do the
phenomenal.
construction sector, Robin, Sugar Bum, then it'd just be me on the job site.
But who's gonna be the next Democrat runner up? Then I mean, I don't think they're gonna use her again.
Yeah, I feel you, Robin. I appreciate that, Robin M. The Democrats, they definitely gonna need to figure that out because they are doing a horrible job.
They need to have that person out or working on that person now, so they be ready.
So they are not doing a good job of pushing up the next person who is going to take on the Republicans. They are not doing a good job because you can't use AOC. She ain't going to do it. Bernie Sanders, he's a good candidate, but he's a little too old. And so that's a problem with Bernie. He's just too old. He got the right policies. He got the right people behind him, but I think he might be a little too old.
Mm-hmm. Because is he in his 80s now? I'm thinking he up there.
Yeah, he up there. For sure, Bernie is up there. How old is Bernie Sanders? Somebody do a fact check on Bernie. How old is Bernie? Thank you, Robin, and I appreciate that. And I'm doing my best to break out this goddamn sector. Yeah, Bernie Sanders, I'm not sure. They need to get some new fresh meat. I think, and right before Happy asked a question, I think that's a good thing that MAGA attempted to do with JD Vance. Right? They try to get some young, fresh person in there with new ideas, new ideologies. in there to represent them. I think it was very smart. I think so too, Robert. He got to be close to 90. What's your question, Happy?
I have two. Well, one is not really. Well, okay, I have two, right? With all of these people that speak of these things and all of this stuff and all of these men, right? That we see or whatever, or don't see, me personally, right? With all of this stuff, why do you think it is that none of these guys have tried to step up? They're of age, they're family men, they claim to be into politics and all of this stuff. Why do you think that is?
I'm not sure what your question is. Say it again. Which men you talking about?
So he said,
Why aren't any of them?
Why any which men?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Simon.
What?
No, I was saying, are you talking about like why angry man not running? You talking about him, like people like that?
Well, not him per se, but yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, that's because it
Why do you think none of these people want to run?
Well, it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it costs.
Yeah, I know you asked me.
What I'm saying is, you got to start somewhere.
Right, you asking, I'm answering. It costs a lot of money to run for president, and you need it's not as simple. You can put your name on the ballot, we all can. However, to run for president is not a simple task, and you got to actually have policies. You got to know what you're doing to be considered even a real candidate. So that's a whole different story.
So basically what you're saying is these people just don't want to do it, right? They just want to keep talking about because that's what it is, right?
No, what I'm saying is that you need a.
Well, you gave your answer. I respect it. So you just said they're full of crap.
What I'm saying that they need a big team behind them to run for presidency. You need at least 50 people behind you that can help you with running for president.
I understand what it takes. What I'm saying is you're saying that they're full of crap.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
Now I'm saying that it costs way too much money to start into the race. First, it's a lot to become elected official on that high of a level. Welcome to the show. The work don't stop. Keep going. Good day. How you doing?
Good day. Good day.
How y'all doing?
We're doing well. What's your thoughts today?
I don't know. Well, as far as the presidency and all of those things, I think there's still more time to go. With that, I think for me, focus is always on us and what we should be doing. And so I don't know even about the advance and all that. I think time will tell on that. I think we got some time to go in regards to that specifically. I was actually interested with all the things that are going on with our consumerism, with purchasing and hearing that about the designer handbags and the name brands and things. Like, how do we feel about that? And what is our reaction to that now as purchasers? Do we not need those that has that value dropped for us to where now we don't see the value in the red bottoms and the purses and the designer things anymore? Are we willing to put those things aside? Or I would like to hear about that. I'm not one for brands, so as one that has been a person that like, why you spend all that money on that, like not really seeing the value in it, I'm interested to know now that they actually see the value and what it costs to make versus what is been sold to them, and they look at their closet and see all that money that they spent on these things and what else that we could have did with that. Like, they try
to act like you are better than somebody else, and you really just you are the one that actually got fooled out of your money. You got put in a trick bag, so to speak. I think it's definitely going to be an interesting time. I think a lot of people are going to have they're not going to have as much confidence in their purchasing. They're going to have a little more thought, but I do not believe it's going to stop immediately. It's going to take some time for people to really have this idea that, I could create my own brand. Like, it's been a slowly trend towards it, but now I think this rude awakening is going to make people look at places like Levi's like, you ain't really a premium jean company for real. You just have a great marketing strategy.
Correct. Are any of them? I would want,
but they are some that are though, that are actually
quality, right? And you know, you could separate those from the rest, but quality doesn't always mean, like you said, the brands or the price tag that comes with it. But yeah, I would hope it'll make us examine our materialism.
Because you know, like that new brand, I believe they call Denim Tears, is nothing but a pair of Levi jeans with a print on it, and people will pay $400 for the same jean just because it has this print that you could do at home on it. But people had this idea like, oh, they're exclusive, so they paid $400 for a $50 pair of jeans, which Levi only paid probably $2 for those jeans. So it's kind of crazy that now people starting to see. It's kind of like what Kasim said earlier. You know, it's like the Wizard of Oz. Finally, the wizard walked from behind the curtain, and it's going to be a big change, I believe. And people are not going to believe in brands the way how they used to, and maybe they're going to hold brands accountable. We're going to see. I'm not sure what's going to really happen, to be honest with you. But like people like me and you, we already kind of understood it. Like, oh, a Gucci shirt ain't no difference from a Fruit of the Loom shirt for real. It's really how you treat that shirt because it say Gucci on it, not because it actually had better materials. It's because you didn't wash it. You took your $300 shirt to the dry cleaners and sat on in your washing machine, so therefore it lasts longer. But in your mind, you think because you spent $300 on it that it lasted long, but no, you just treated it better.
Yes,
so it's definitely a mental shift. Welcome to the show, Cool Nerd. What's your thoughts?
Oh, you got a good mic today.
Oh, it's better? Okay. So I'm walking right now. All right. So I think the problem with the analysis. So I don't know. I didn't hear your full analysis, but I think the problem that the country in general has with that, who are against it, some of these tariff policies, is that we're not looking at the long-term ramification. We're looking for the immediate ramifications. So we care what's happening today, what's gonna, and how we think that whatever's happening today is supposed to happen long term. But no, it's not. That's not really the case. I think the plan is a long-term solution for a problem that's been going on for over 30 years. And we can't fix that overnight.
Okay, so all right, so you're saying that you believe that is so. What's the long? Okay, so you're saying in the long term, 5-10 years from now, long-term situation. That's what the tariffs is going to do. So now, what is it going to fix long term? What is your idea of this going to fix?
So when people like, so I know.
Now you sound far away.
I do. Okay. Is that better now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Right. I didn't put my phone in my pocket, making sound. Okay. Anyway, I think that the long-term play is more so getting the, trade relations across the country, across the world, in a better place. And we had to do what we did in terms of the tariffs in order to bring certain players to the table, such as China. They weren't going to come to the table unless we did the tariffs the way we did. And now they're coming to the table, and now we can have better negotiations. Now the issues are several things, right? One, we have an income situation where we're not bringing in enough money. We're not bringing in enough money, and we're spending more than we're bringing, and this is as a country. So therefore, the debt is getting too high. I know we don't experience it before in terms of everything seems normal to us on a ground level, but just listening to like what Ray Dalio was talking about, long term, well, soon, very soon, the chickens are gonna come to roost on that debt that we have. And
all right, so
it's starting to raise above what we're spending. It's starting to raise above our GDP.
Mm-hmm. And you believe that, but okay, that's fine. That's a good. But how is the tariff going to bring down the GDP? That's the part that we are all confused about. Like we understand
the debt. Well, it's another income. It's another income source. So it's not just the tariffs. It's the tariffs, Doge, in terms of getting the cuts. There's a lot of things that we have to cut down on that we've just been spending way too much on. It's kind of like we have it's like somebody who has a $50,000 job but have a $70,000 car.
So you saying that we need more taxes to bring down the GDP?
No, we need more
because the tariff is a
cuts.
tax. Yeah,
No,
but tariffs is not a cut; it's a tax. It's tax on businesses, and it is a tax.
Did you hear the whole thing I said? I said we need cuts. So that's what Doge comes in. We need the tariffs. We need other sources of income. That's tariffs. So that brings up our spending.
Right.
And
So
then that brings down, and it cuts down on it brings up the income and cuts down on the spending.
So
you have to do both of that at the same time.
Right. So that's the issue. So all the things that Doge said they found that was excessive spending, they found that after it was over, the program was already over. So they didn't save us any money. So when they said, hey, we saved $8 billion by cutting this program, the program was already spent the $8 million. So you ain't saving America any money. All you did was stop it from continuously spending it, right? So it wasn't like, oh, today on 4/17, they just passed a bill for $8 billion to go towards these other countries, and we stopped that bill, and so now we saved $8 billion. That's not what happened. It's after the money is spent, right? I bought my groceries. I spent $300 on my groceries, and then tomorrow I come back and say, you know what? I ain't spending $300 on groceries no more. I just saved myself $300. No, you did not. I already spent it.
That's not it.
But that's what Doge. But what I'm saying is that's what Doge is doing, and they acting as if they save money after the money is spent already, and that's it's not transparent enough. They are duping and they are lying to the American people about what they are actually finding. That's number one. Number two, with the tariffs, that is a tax on businesses, and then there's a tax that is passed down to the consumer, which is us. And that's the problem with this whole situation. So it does not actually lower the GDP. It does not lower our debt. So what they did was they actually increased the debt with Trump new administration, as you know.
No, that's not it. And your perspective is very flawed. I would say this, for example, right? Number one, you're talking about you are confusing allocation with money spent. Allocation is different. So they can allocate money. For example, let's say there's a program that is $50 million, right? You can allocate $50 million to a program, right? But the government doesn't just give you a check for $50 million. What they do is they give you increments, right? And then some of those increments also include milestones with it, right? So, for example, you might have to sit. Let's say you have a government contract, right? You might have to send 100 of whatever that product is, or show some level of progress on that project in order to get the next check. But if you don't show that, or if your funding is cut, right? Because they do have the directive to be able to cut things. So if that funding is cut, that program is cut, or if that you aren't showing certain milestones, you can't get the next paycheck. So they may have a $50 million contract, but that $50 million contract may only spend $10 million so far, and now they cut that program. So now that's $40 million that is not going to be spent. So there's a difference between allocation and spent. So Congress allocates the money, the purse strings. The executive branch is allowed to see how that and put parameters on how that money is, the way in which that money is spent on that program. And that's what you're confusing. The second thing, in terms of the tariffs, right? The market determines if the market's going to determine if a rise in price increases, right? So, for example, and then for example, right? If you say it's going to cost this, I don't know why y'all taking this Dave Chappelle shit very seriously, but everybody's saying $3,000 for an iPhone, right? Okay, if it's going to cost that much money for an iPhone, it may cost. They may try to charge you that, right? But since their margins are 70%, right? They may try to keep that 70% margin. But if the market doesn't want to pay that, they're gonna be forced to keep it at the same price, or maybe a slightly higher price than what it is. But the market dictates because you're gonna have a volume issue at that point. You're gonna say, dang, you know what? We try to charge this much money to keep our profit margin, but we're still losing profit because we don't get the volume which we had before, right? So they're gonna have to say, you know what? Instead of $3,000, maybe instead of the iPhone being $1,500, we'll make it $1,800. Okay, that's the level of increase that it would be.
Yeah, that sounds good, right? But that's just not how companies work. We just had somebody on the platform not too long ago just say, "Hey, Hermes is going to increase by 10%
because of
all these. It's not about if they're going to try. They don't have. So the thing is that it ain't just the manufacturers in China that
destroy your business. If you don't listen to the market, you'll destroy your business. So if you want to say, if
no, he cannot.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm just walking to the office. That's why I'm kind of rushed. But the thing is, you'll destroy your business. If you say you're going to raise your prices 10% no matter what, you don't care what the market says, you don't care what the voice of the customer says, then okay, do that. Raise it by 10%. No one's going to buy your product. Now, not only instead of having, well, we're talking about Hermes, but let's say you're a regular business and you have a volume of 1 million people normally buying your product. Instead of that volume, and you raise your product by 10%, and a normal customer is like, you know what, that's too high for me. I'm not buying this. You're gonna take away from your 1 million customer base, and you might have 200,000 because the other 800,000 say they don't want to pay that price. You're gonna kill your business. So what you're gonna do is settle somewhere in the middle. You're gonna settle somewhere in the middle, and you're not gonna do that. And it's not off the retail price; it's off the manufacturing cost. That's what the tariff is based off of.
Right, but it doesn't work that way, right? So when a company is evaluating how much they're going to spend, they also include marketing into it. They also include how much it costs for their employees that's here in America too, right? So all those things is not going to produce just a 5% markup. No, they got to pay for the product. So if they are getting it from China at this moment, it's a 254% increase. The major companies are not going to take the brunt of that cost. They just not going to do that. We already seen people that were voting for him and they didn't understand what the tariffs was going to do. She has it. She said it. A white lady that is a Donald Trump supporter. She have $30,000 worth of product in China right now, but they will not let it go through customs because she got to pay $200,000 for that same shipment. And so therefore she has to pay. The small business owner have to pay it. And then when she gets it, then now she's got to figure out a way how to bring in the money to make it make sense for her, could still pay her employees and still make some kind of profit where she could pay her own bills. And this is the part that most people are not paying attention to because they're looking at just Apple. That's fine. Maybe Apple can take on the brunt and they might be gracious enough to not make it a $3,000 phone. And they could just say, hey, they would take the brunt of the tariffs. But majority of these small businesses that's in America, they cannot do that. And there's plenty of small business owners that's making millions of dollars because of the cheap China production that us in America cannot compete with. And this is the part that y'all keep failing to understand. This is why we said when he first was running on this channel that Donald Trump is for the oligarchies. He is for the rich already. He don't give a damn about any small business owners for real. And the problem is that you are now saying the same thing. Somebody like Apple can deal with it and just tweak it and get somewhere in the middle, but the small business owner cannot.
Hold on 1 second.
Okie dokie. Thanks for that. That was so awesome. I'd like to say that again, we are still worried about the wrong freaking things. Like people are really stuck on this. You know, I know not everybody was into, like, let's say either of those bags or anything like that. Even these iPhones. I've always been team Android. It came out before the iPhone. And to this day, I still am team Android. And I don't care who likes it or not. Just throwing that out there. But honestly, it's the bigger picture is it's not about the phone. You know how many of those phones are already in the US? People are losing their minds just thinking about stuff like this. But they throw it out there for the masses because they know the masses, majority of us people are like, oh my gosh, it's like the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. That stuff is not even important. You understand what I'm saying? If anything, we should be worried about the food. What are they doing with these farms? Has any of that changed? You get what I'm saying? I'm thinking it'd be less of that processed imitation stuff if it's not coming from China, because you know they be sending that plastic stuff over here. So I'm thinking, oh well, at least we'll be a bit healthier. People talking about iPhones, like really? Like, what are we talking about here? It's just ridiculous. I think we should have always been. I know I wasn't always here in this place, but that materialistic shit, baby, please. What about your place to live? They're talking about these products that are being raised, but yet your rent's steadily increasing. You know what I mean? Your food is steadily increasing, or your mortgage, or whatever, depending on who you are, where you are in life right now. There are far more important things. How about the gas prices? How about things like this?
Okay, but we could talk about those things one at a time. I don't have the problem talking about those things. Go ahead, cool nerd. Did I want to bring in AR in there? We get back to the work don't stop. Let's try to keep that order right there. Go ahead.
I just want to respond really quick because I gotta go. But the thing is, you're assuming that these tariff rates are gonna be at this level forever, and I don't think they're gonna last more than a month. I think the ploy wasn't to actually get the to actually have the tariffs forever. I think the forever rate is really the 10% rate, in which really, if you think about it, he Jedi mind tricked us to go right back to
where we started, right?
No. That wasn't where we started. We started at 2%, and now they're at 10%. Now 10% is normalized. So that's one thing you got to understand. But what I'm saying is that the 200% rate on China is going to be 2 months, maybe at tops, because you know what? China's hurting more than us for that. We have the rest of the world to source from. They're selling now. They're sitting there with all these hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of shipments that they can't ship out for some companies, right? So they're suffering on that. So basically, they're coming to the table right now as we speak. They're talking it out. They're going to figure out a better deal. They're going to figure out how we can stop getting IP stolen, which is the biggest issue. How they're going to give fair deals in terms of if there is a business practices where you don't have to join a Chinese company in order to do business over there. They're going to figure out the trade routes, which are how to maximize trade routes. They're going to figure out all these different issues that are not being talked about, that are not being being exploited from us. We're just looking at the rate. We're not looking at what's the IP stolen, right? If you invented something, you invented an innovation, and you spent $10 million to get that innovation over the past 10 years, and now all of a sudden you got to recoup that money. But if somebody can just steal it from you, they don't got to do the research and development, so they can sell it for you cheaper. Yes, that's why they can sell it for you cheaper, because they're not paying that cost to innovate. We have to stop that, and that kills some of our companies. So you have to think about it from that angle as well. But
that's a decent. You got one more thing? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but I think by the end of the summer, this should be, if not by the end of the year, this should be resolved.
Okay. Welcome to the show. AR, go ahead. Maybe AR he's on mute.
Okay, while he's doing, can I say something real quick?
No.
It had to do with Cool Nerd just said.
Okay, you think that what you're saying is more important than what I'm saying. Go ahead, Happy.
I see. Don't put words in my mouth. I never even said that. I didn't even get to say anything yet, so don't say that. I just wanted to point out that I really thought a few years ago that we were going to go back from the $1.25 tree to the Dollar Tree, but now I'm thinking we're going to go up to a $2 tree. What you think? It was just a question.
Now they're selling more stuff in there at higher prices, and now some of the stuff is $1.75.
Yeah,
some of the stuff is $5, $3, right?
$5, $3.
Yeah.
Oh, and I also like to say, Sean, I don't appreciate that. What is it called? You always let these guys go, oh my gosh, no, I just got one more thing. And they will take 10, 15 minutes, but they always saying one more thing because they say, oh no, I gotta go. I gotta meet. No, I'm about to leave in a few. So they could just take over the show. They do this shit every day, all the time. And that's not right. And I don't appreciate you always trying to put me in the bag for just trying to say one thing after waiting over an hour sometimes. Like, you got to cut that shit out when you don't be putting these people in the back every time they jump in. Let's be real. Stop it. All right. Thank you. Peace. I mean, I'm staying, but I'm done. Thank you.
You're welcome. Go ahead, the work don't stop. Man, yeah, I think people just be fantasizing that Trump is going to do something that he's just not capable of doing, and I don't understand. There's no proof of what he's doing. Yes, they're going to have to correct it somewhere down the line. But if he had to correct it, that shows that this idea, this plan that he's doing is going to collapse a lot of small business while in the midst. And they are hurting small businesses here in America more than they are hurting China. China still has the whole globe to sell to. And people are trying to find ways where they could figure out a way, hey, I'm going to still get my products made in China, but maybe I would just ship it from China to Vietnam. They're going to ship it from China to X, Y, and Z, and then they'll pay whatever that cost is because it's going to wind up being cheaper if they get it straight directly from China. This is the part that they're not understanding. These business people ain't trying to do what you saying they doing. They are going to figure out a way around it. They love these little loopholes. Hey, you make it in China, we're going to drive it over to this small little country that maybe the country with the penguins on it. I don't know. They're going to move it from China, pay that charge, whatever it is, to move it from that factory to that next country, and then they're going to ship it from that country to America. That's what they're going to do. America cannot afford to build the things that China is building without the infrastructure. We don't have it. It's okay for us to be honest. And China stuff is not, we cannot keep saying all the things in China are cheap when majority of our stuff come from there. That means your house is cheap. All your products. That means your stove is cheap. Your microwave is cheap.
It all is. We buying stuff all the time, every 2-3 years. Like the quality just ain't the same. Yeah.
And the reason why the quality is not the same because Americans do not want to pay for quality. We don't care about it. And let's just be honest about it. I got some
to look it, right?
That's it.
Does it look like quality?
It look like quality. Yeah. They don't care about the quality.
Oh, that's funny.
This is why they will put our idea of quality is the name on it, not the material. That when we have professionals that will break down a Hermes bag and say, hey, this is the materials that they are using. They break down the materials. Okay, they spent about $700 in decent material. It cost somebody $200 to make the bag and put it together. That's $1,000 bag. I say you could charge $1,000. You could get a 100% flip. Not no $10,000. You are paying for the name. You think the name means quality. This is why we was having a conversation yesterday about, for some reason, when you put black on it, it doesn't mean quality.
Right.
This is why y'all willing to complain, and I get 10 emails a day about a goddamn wrench.
Yeah, it all connects. It all connects. I also had mentioned there's a documentary on Netflix called Buy Now, and it talks about our consumerism and a lot of the stuff like the cell phones and, that are start acting up every year or two, right? A lot of the flat screen TVs that we buy, laptops, those things that companies aren't recycling like they should. Things are piling up, right, for the environment. So these are things that I discuss with my children, right? I have daughters, they're teenagers, right? They're influenced by social media and brands and what they like. My sister bought my daughter a Stanley Cup. So she was all, excited, doing all the gestures about getting a Stanley Cup, right? Little stuff like that. But I try to, just let them know where the values lay. And I make them watch stuff like that. I'm like constantly in their ear and they're just like, Mom, but it's there. I'm planting the seeds and I'm hoping, they see what's going on with the brands and TikTok and all that.
And what people need to understand, this is what people need to understand, Don't Stop, is that the reason why we got Hondas over here selling is not because the cars were better. So this shows and prove that we don't care about if American cars are better than goddamn Hondas. However, they are better on gas. And what they did, they raised the gas price up, which then they sold the cars and say these are better on gas mileage. And so therefore these small little cars that majority of us cannot even fit in, like AR, can't fit in his own goddamn car, because it's made for a little short 5'6" Japanese person.
Ain't you like 5'6"? The dude left. I wanted to talk to him because he was just kind of rambling about tariffs and stuff. Where'd he go? Because it was like muted, or I had a breakup or something. Did he say he had to go for some reason?
Yeah, he said he don't talk to people that drive Hondas.
He a hater. He don't like good gas mileage. Huh? He don't like reliability. He wants to fix or repair daily Ford, huh?
But what you gonna kids? He's still in the chat, so he might answer in the chat, and hopefully Venus will get a chance to come back. What was your thoughts on what he said?
I mean, it was pretty dumb, respectfully. I think he had said something along the lines of like Congress appropriates funds and then the president gets to decide whether to spend them or something, which just isn't true. There was an act in 1974. Presidents used to have that power, and an act that Congress passed in 1974 because Nixon was abusing the power. Since then, they can't just pick and choose when they want to not spend the money that was allocated or appropriated to something. So that was really what made me want to join, because he said that, and I wanted to question him about that. But the tariff stuff. Who's they still? I don't know what he means by they still do. I don't know what that means. But the tariff stuff, I mean, it's the same thing every single time someone mentions tariffs. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know anything about economics. You try to tell them it's a tax, essentially, and they're like, oh, well, you know, it's like he was sitting here saying, oh, well, you know, if the market tells a business not to raise prices by 10%, they raise prices by 10%, people aren't going to buy their stuff. What do you think tariffs do?
Right.
You're proving our point. And it's like, they don't even understand, but they hear Trump say this stuff, and because they're like, oh, America first, oh, they just regurgitate it, and they don't actually know what they're talking about. But yeah, it's the same shit every single time someone brings up tariffs. Long term, quote unquote.
I think it's so weird, like, and that's why, you know, I try to bring up before. I was trying to find ways to relate it because I have a friend that's in the coffee business, right? And I was trying to explain to him, like, hey, yeah, they didn't put tariffs on coffee because he got a farm in Colombia where he farms his beans. Mm-hmm. But they didn't put a tariff on Colombia, right? But they put a tariff on the next three countries that farm a lot of beans, like Vietnam. And so now, what is that going to do for all his competitors that buy coffee beans from Vietnam? Yeah, they're going now to go to a country where they don't have to pay that tariff. One of the countries is where? Colombia. And so now, what that's going to do? Yeah, Colombia is making more money, but now also they got to have a supply and demand conversation. Yep. So now, because they cannot keep up with the demand, what they're going to have to do? Raise their prices up. Yeah. And this is the part that they not understand how this shit like
that's literally supply and demand is literally economics 101. It's literally like the first thing you learn when you learn about economics.
And it's like they're like, no, it's gonna be good. Like, hey, it maybe 5 years down the line, 2 years, maybe it will be good. That's a possibility, but you are going to destroy a lot of small businesses in the process, small American businesses in the process, because you didn't give them an alternative to keep their small business running while you are trying to fix something. You just cannot do that. You cannot fix a leaky faucet in your house by flooding the house.
Yeah.
And this is what they keep trying to say that Donald Trump is okay with doing, even though even the Fed chairman is saying, like, hey, bro, what you are doing is not good for you. Are making the economy stagnant. What you're doing.
Well, we know he's. Huh? Yeah, we know he is, because if tariffs worked like he said, or like this dude claims, there would be no reason to pause them. Why would you pause tariffs if it's going to make you more money than the trade that you're doing, or if it's beneficial for trade? Why would you do a 90-day pause and then come out and say, oh, I did the 9-day pause, or part of the reason I did the 9-day pause was because we're in a transition period and I want other countries to choose us over China. Yeah. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's conflicting. You got to pick one. Either tariffs are good for the economy, and bullying other countries is going to bring them to the table, and they're going to want to do deals with us because we're bullying them, which doesn't make any sense. Or not bullying them is better, and we see not bullying them is better, because when you did the bullying shit, you had to stop it because you wanted other countries to choose you. So it doesn't really make sense. And yeah, it's the China stuff. China isn't the one calling.
I think this is the problem that they are having. AR. This is the problem. They saying tariffs don't work, but every country on earth tariffs to you. Every country tariffs each other. We understand that. Everybody has a tax.
So
go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So a couple of things. One, the U.S. is by far the most wealthiest country in the history of the world. So why would you want to look at what other countries are doing and say, oh, let's mimic them? If what they were doing was better, then they would be wealthier, or another country that was similar to us, because obviously, a small country like Israel they're not going to ever really be like us. But another country like the EU, for example, would have super high tariffs. China would have super high tariffs if it was better for them. But they don't do that because we have seen over the past 200 years how much better free trade is. If something is cheaper, but anyway. So, and then on the other hand, the tariff stuff. Yeah, tariffs aren't just an economic tool. They can be used for national security reasons too. You see that sometimes when they insert different things. With steel, for example, I think has always been like a national security thing. They've always inserted national security when it comes to steel. And that may be a reason, or you want to protect a certain market, you might institute tariffs to make it more expensive to get it from another country because you want to protect your market. It's protectionism. A lot of smaller countries do that because they don't want these big conglomerates coming into their country and destroying the local domestic industry. So that's one of the reasons different countries will do tariffs on certain industries. Doing blanket tariffs of 50% or 20% or whatever, it makes zero sense. There are certain things that you don't even want your country to produce.
Hey, y'all, don't forget that he just came out with these percentages out of nowhere. We don't know.
He not only based on. Yeah, well, actually, I think we do. So there were, after his dumbass came out with them, someone fed it into one of the AI things, and it lines up with, he basically based these tariff percentages off of trade deficit, which makes zero sense. That's and correct. To say for example, Singapore, if I'm not mistaken, Singapore had they had no tariffs with us. Mexico and Canada have very, very, very low tariffs with us because we have the free trade agreements with them. So to say every country has these tariffs, a lot of these countries, I should say, had way lower tariffs than what we enacted on them because of a quote unquote trade deficit that he doesn't really understand, because he doesn't understand anything. Your point about, if you put tariffs on Colombia or whatever the other country was, people are going to go to Colombia. And it's going to cause the supply and demand. It's going to cause the demand to increase. So then the price is going to increase because the supply is not there to meet the demand. Correct. They don't understand second, third order effects, and I don't think he's capable of understanding second and third order effects either. Which is why you see him do something and then have to redact it or redo it or pause it or do whatever, because he doesn't understand the downstream effects of what. And you have these people coming on and regurgitating it because they don't understand either.
That's a good possibility. It's curious. Here goes the nerd with that ugly orange turd scape. God damn. Also, we got Bubba Homeschool to find out. So, maybe we should have ended slavery because of all the American businesses that failed without cheap labor. That's crazy to say.
It makes zero. What's it got to do with what we're talking about?
That is crazy, and that's the whole reason why we had the war in the first place. They said, "Hey, it's not fair what you are doing."
And not only that, if you really had an issue with the tariffs and stuff, there are other ways to go about to lower those things without threatening to invade, without putting tariffs yourself. All these other things that you're doing. There's plenty of To people's point, the U.S. is by far the largest consumer in the world as a country. Okay. You don't have to put blanket tariffs on all, especially if you're trying to target a specific country, i.e. China. Ideally, you would want a network of allies, of free trade agreement allies, of military allies, economic allies that are going to help you with containing and doing things against China. Not talk about invading them or talk about how you're going to put high tariffs on them and all these other things, because you're just going to turn them away from you. At best, they're going to become neutral countries. At worst, they're going to side with China. And again, you see the 9-day pause on tariffs. Oh, it's a transitionary period. I want other countries to choose us over China. Then why did you start the bullying bullshit? And then you saw it backfiring, and now you got to pause it because you're slow.
And I don't know why they're not. Because I want them to, maybe they look at it as if it was their wife, and their wife said, "Hey, I think it makes more sense if I go outside and fuck somebody else? and then you say, well, if you do that, we're gonna break up. And then she go and do it, and then y'all break up. And then she come out, you know what? I made a mistake. Yeah. You are right. I'm not gonna do it anymore. I'm gonna do a 90-day pause on fucking other people. I'm just gonna suck some cock. Maybe they will understand it then.
You know, I think it's like you talking to a friend and you know they're doing something you don't like, or they have something that you would like them to help you with or something like that. And instead of just asking, you go, I'm gonna fuck your girlfriend if you don't do what I'm asking you to do. It's like you didn't have to go that far. You didn't have to say that to try to get them to the table. You could have. There's a whole bunch of things you could have done before that to get them to the table. But and every time they come on here, they don't. You know, it's like they always have a reason to leave.
Yeah.
Every single time.
And Bubba, no, it's clear that Trump don't understand because he's going against his own administration. They are telling him what you are doing is wrong, is not good. It ain't just us saying it. It's just we are able to see what he's doing and see the future down the line and say, hey, if you do this, and then this is going to happen.
As a matter of fact, if I threw something in the back chat, so there's something I threw it in the back chat a while back, but I wasn't going to bring it up again. But since he thinks that Trump seems to understand things and I don't, in Trump's first term, he put tariffs, and this is another thing they don't ever talk about. He put tariffs on food, in some way, shape, or another for farmers or whatever. A study was done. 92% of the quote-unquote income from tariffs had to be paid out to farmers to bail them out from the bankruptcy they were going to be under if he didn't do that. So this income it's going to bring us is just going to go right back to these people, these economies. If you want to prop them up, unless you want to let them fail, which obviously for farmers they don't want to do that. 92% of that goes straight to farmers.
Yeah, and anytime I bring that up, because I went through that extensively about what he did the first time and how it affected the farmers and how it lost somewhere in like the $48 billion range.
Yeah,
he took out of our economy for the farmers because of those soybeans. Just soybeans. It affected our farmers, and now farmers is feeling it again, especially with him taking out the DOE as well too, right? So a lot of farmers were selling to their local schools to feed people. That ain't there no more neither. So you took that away, and now you put it's a big problem that is trickling down that people are not paying attention. It's also affecting the bond market. It's also affecting housing rates. Like all of these things, it's not just that. It's a trickle down effect, and I just believe that most people are not into seeing the writers on the wall of how to build something. It's things that's going to happen after that's going to affect the economy. And every time he does it, we see it. It went from 6.4% interest rate all the way up to damn near 7%. I think we at 6.82% right now. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And this is all because of the tariffs going up and down. And then now we got the Federal Reserve chairman. He said what he said, and guess what? The stock market did again.
Drops. And he's actually going to go on a tangent today, probably at 1 about firing Powell, who's the Fed chair.
Which he can't do anyway, but
he's gonna. It doesn't matter at this point. He's gonna try it in Supreme Court. They actually have a case in front of the Supreme Court about firing about whether the president has the power.
The angry snowman would hit the link and explain.
None of these people want to hit the link. They just want to type in the chat.
I want him to express, because you know I can't pronounce my words. I cannot enunciate. I want him to express what he's talking about. God damn it.
The Federal Reserve is a private corporation. It's an independent organization of the government.
Not a corporation.
It's not a private corporation. And I'm a capitalist, so he must be talking to you because I'm a pretty staunch capitalist.
And also, he was elected, right? He have a 4-year term, so yes, the president can appoint it and reappoint. But to get him out of there, you're gonna have to prove that he's doing some misconduct or he has an inability to perform his duties to get him out of there. Come on. I don't know why we just cannot see and I don't even care if you like some of the things that he does. Like, it's okay if you enjoy the good things that he does, fine. Just give us the facts that he did something good. Show us where it's at, because the farmers are saying, hey, you getting rid of all of our workers, and guess what? Angry Snowman ain't going to pick no goddamn strawberries.
Yeah, he's over here talking about how it's not a part of the government. It's not a government entity at all. The Federal Reserve System was created in December 23 in 1913 with an enactment of the Federal Reserve Act. It is a government entity. It is appointed by the president. There's not shareholders in the Fed. So what are you talking about, private corporations? There's no shareholders of the Fed. What are you talking about?
Just pretty sure you have.
You think a private corporation controls monetary policy of the U.S.?
I'm pretty sure you have 10 minutes, Angry Snowman. If you can, hit the link, and so we can have an understanding on your position on tariffs. What do you see that's good coming out of the tariffs, and where is the position that you think that we should opt out and bring it back down to a collective? But I just want to understand, where is the negotiation happening at? So I support slave labor.
Shit. Where's
I don't understand that question. This is the problem I be having. They just be asking random questions that don't have nothing to do with it. So we are not talking about supporting slave labor. What we are talking about, what we are able to produce, right? Because if you have a business and you are paying somebody $1, and then you get rid of these people that could pay $1. And then now you get a new set of people that said they want $5. What are you going to do to the avocado? You going to have to what? Raise the price to accommodate that you are paying your people more money, because it's costing you more to produce the product. And for some reason, we acting like we just can't understand. Nobody is saying that we are promoting slave labor. What we are saying is that we need certain things in front of the tariffs before we start tariffing. Because again, when he did this, his first term, it affected the steel and aluminum industry in a negative way, even though he said it didn't. It also affected the agriculture field in a negative way, even though he said it didn't. All we going off the history of what Donald Trump did his first time, and those things that didn't work with the tariff, which Biden tried to clean up. He kept some of the tariffs that did work. So it's okay when he does something good and it works, we can say, yes, that worked. When he do something that doesn't work, we can say, hey, Trump supporters, we love that for you. You lost your business because he said he was going to do what he said he was going to do. We love that for you. You got exactly what you voted for, correct? Is that a wrong estimation on the work don't stop? If I order me a Salisbury steak and then somebody delivers me that Salisbury steak, I will hope the work don't stop tells me, I love that for you. Hope you enjoy your Salisbury steak. You feel what I'm saying? So when we telling you, Angry Snowman, from what we can see, the writing on the wall is that you voted for it because he told you what he was going to do. He told you how he was going to destroy the economy to fix the economy. And all we are saying is that we love it for you. Keep on getting exactly what you voted for. And hopefully we don't turn into a stagflation. And for the people, when we had the whole conversation before, stagflation is when inflation matches unemployment. Hopefully we don't get to that level. Renee, that's all I'm trying to tell him, Renee, is that we love it for you. You got exactly what you voted for. I love it when people get exactly what they ordered. The new culture about before that, ask AR, What would happen if you see the Federal Reserve Bank as a government entity? Ask him, what have the courts historically said when sued?
Two things. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up. I did look up the Fed and what makes up the Fed, and it's 12 public-private banks. You're saying that someone said the stockholders in the 12 regional banks control or own the privately owned banks that fall under the Federal Reserve. They have no say whatsoever in the Fed's system. The board of governors, which controls the Fed, is an independent government agency. So you guys can talk about private corporation all you want. There's no private corporation where the government controls it, and it's not essentially an arm of the government. The Fed is an arm of the government, whether you want to call it a government entity or not. The board of governors that control the Fed is an independent government agency.
I group them all up in one. It's all government.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, you know. What's up?
It looked like Sharon was talking.
Oh, I was attempting to talk. Thank you. I think it's just saying that they even would say that they'll vote for him for a third term in 2028 sounds crazy to me. That's wild. And you say you're American? That's crazy. It is no way that you see Americans, small businesses dying. These are families we're talking about. Most families cannot survive their business not profitable for a month. And you saying you're okay with small business dying because of a tariff war that is not needed? That's insane. How can you say you for the American people? You're going to make people lose their jobs and their whole life. Their whole legacy that they was attempting to build because you want to puff up your chest. But if you voted for it, I love it for you. How they do it? How to
I don't know. I have ever did that before, so I couldn't even show you how to do it.
That's how the young ones do it.
Never done it. Tripping.
I just don't get it. That every move that he make, even this thing that he is doing with Harvard, is horrible. Like he's trying to say, hey, listen, if y'all don't do what I say, also we're gonna audit all of your institutions that's in Harvard, and we're gonna replace them. We're gonna force you to replace the teachers so now they can start teaching what is best for our administration. That's wild.
That's okay to them.
That's just wild to me.
My question is, who gonna stop them?
Well, Harvard, they said, hey, we don't want your money no more.
I'm just saying in general, in anything, like who gonna stop them? Is it gonna be when white people get enough, when they get touched enough or felt enough, when they're gonna be like, no, or like who gonna stop them?
I guess when people start realizing the facts and how it's affecting human beings in America, they start to realize that the administration is moving like a dictator and not how America is supposed to move, and it's going to start to affect them personally, like the other business owners that's going to lose their business because he wants to puff up his chest towards China. And then that's when they're going to say, oh, maybe this is not a good idea. The new culture in power with the 499, John L. Lewis versus United States. Also, the Fed shareholders are the member banks. Read that case and see if your perception changes. Sounds like he's typing it in right now.
Yeah, I'll check out the case. I love looking at case law. It probably won't change my opinion. The Fed is still ran by the Board of Governors, which is a government entity. Therefore, the government runs the Fed. So, I don't know. I don't think it's going to change my opinion.
You know, and it's going to get even more interesting. What I think is going to really change things if he really keep moving with this these homegrown violent criminals, and he's trying to deport them into. I don't even know how you could even have the idea of deporting a U.S. citizen, born citizen. That's crazy to me. But they are willing to even support that. Hey, yeah, we're just gonna send our criminals to your goddamn Venezuelan, El Salvadorian jail because we don't want no homegrown criminals over here. Yeah, all right. How you gonna deport me and I'm from here? That's crazy. That's insane. But
who was a U.S. citizen that got deported?
Well, no, that's what he said. So when he was having the meeting with the El Salvadorian president, I forget his name, Berkeley. He said, "Hey, we also going to have a conversation about our homegrown violent criminals to send them over to your prison as well."
Yeah, and they were supporting that. Yeah.
Yes, that's crazy. It's like anything that man says, they think is really good for the country, even though when we peel back the onion, we turn this thing into a cry fest. We see that it ain't no good for the country. It has nothing been good come out of it yet. It's slowing the country down. It is not building the economy up whatsoever. And if they could just bring a stat or a fact that shows that it is doing something good, or at least show us the plan. Like, it's one thing, you know, we all say you can't make an omelet without breaking the egg. Okay, fine. If you're saying that he just got to break the egg to make the omelet for all us to eat, then all right, so it shows the proof of how that's going to work. Because when you break the egg, we know you're going to put it in the pan, you're going to put the oil, you put some salt and pepper, a little bit of butter, you're going to cook it at this temperature. Like, we all know the process. This man, Donald Trump, do not show or understand. We cannot understand what is the process of making this damn omelet. Are you putting onions in it? Spring onions?
That's part of
fire sauce. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah. No, these they don't draw lines. They don't say, "Oh, this is what I want to see," and if it goes past this or something like that, I'll stop supporting it. They do this goalpost moving where it's like, oh, he's only going to deport illegal criminals, like violent criminals, to Guantanamo Bay or to El Salvador. And then it became just, oh, well, they're not violent criminals, but they're still criminals because, they came over here illegally. And then it's, oh, well, citizens, they're violent and we don't want them here, so let's just send them over there too. So they constantly, they never draw a line. And if they draw a little gray area line, they just move it, they keep on moving it. And yeah, like to your point, the break the egg and make the omelet. He doesn't put out this is what it's going to look like at the end. This is, you can see an omelet. They can show you a picture of an omelet. He won't even do that. He won't even show you a plan. Like, they can show you a picture of an omelet and say, I'm going to use these ingredients and this is how I'm going to make it in this order, or these are the ingredients I'm using. This is the order I'm going to use the ingredients in, and this is what it's going to look like throughout the process. He can't do that. He's never done that for any of his quote unquote policies. He's just said stuff. And then you have, like, during the election season, it wasn't even him that was talking, that was being the mouthpiece. They had to have more moderate voices like J.D. Vance. You remember on the debate stage, it wasn't, 10 million, we're going to deport all 10 million. It was, we're going to focus on the 1 million violent criminals. So they always have these more moderate voices come out and talk as a mouthpiece for him, because his ideas are not what line up with the majority of what most Americans at least think in that moment or would vote for in that moment. And so they do stuff like that. And you see Byron Donalds coming out being the mouthpiece for him in different areas. You see it a lot.
The new culture empire with the 499. Simply put, what the hell is a BOG?
The Board of Governors.
It's not a government entity. Maybe I have to play the recorded call when I call the Treasury Support Center.
The Board of Governors is an independent government entity. It doesn't really matter what he thinks.
And also, even though I understand this kid Kilmar, the one that got deported, he don't have no criminal record. So I don't know where did we get this proof that because he wore a Bulls hat, that proves that he was a part of MS-13 because he lives in Maryland. I don't know.
That's the best they got.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what information that they have to say that because he's not a criminal over here. That's for sure. We didn't see him do no criminal activities. The problem is that we cannot allow Trump to just whatever he say goes. Oh, he says he's a this, that, and the third. He don't need no due process. He just go. Oh, he want to take away money from Harvard and tell them, hey, when you take out money, make sure you go and hire the teachers that's going to say, hey, Donald Trump is the greatest president of all time. If they ain't teaching that, you can't get the money. That is not how it's working. What do we turn to? North Korea?
Yeah, that's why I asked who's gonna check them or stop them, or because I heard about that situation and I thought that he was told to bring them back. The man that he accidentally sit down there in El Salvador, and he said no, and now the man's just stuck. Like, where's the accountability? Where's the repercussions? Like,
where's the law?
Do what he want to do.
Can we at least follow the law?
Right. Okay, but I mean, I think he was very clear about who he was. I mean, he never shed. That's the one thing I can appreciate about Trump. I mean, he was honest about it. His bigotry, his however he felt, his elitism, whatever, who he was aligned with, he was very clear about that. And that was the first time around. It was so entertaining in a sense. It was like, at least he's not your regular politician, right? It was entertaining to watch him come in here and act the fool and clown out. I didn't think he would win the first round, but he won it. And then he didn't do so great. I guess the recession, not the recession, I guess the COVID thing, maybe people attribute. But I didn't see him doing a great job. And I just didn't think he was competent, like mind-wise. Like, he didn't government he's not a man of service. So, I mean, coming into politicians, that's what you're supposed to be.
Right.
He just didn't align, a lot of other ways. So it was entertaining, but I think having them 4 years off wasn't a good thing for him, because I think it gave him time to go back and figure out, how can I do this better next time, right? Like, so he came back with like a vengeance and with a plan, and he want to get a hold of it and not let go, and that's what he seems to be doing. So I don't know. I think we have to let this one kind of play out, because really America is imploding on its own self. Like, it's based in a lot of things that aren't righteous anyway. And so, that's how you get to the other side.
I don't know if I'm ready for that part. That's a scary thought.
It is.
This man could figure out a way to be a dictator over here. That would be wild. I don't even know. I don't even know what to think about that.
Are we 90 days in just yet?
I don't even know if we hit 90.
I think we.
I think we got like 4 days. January 20. Let me see. To February to March. Yeah, I think we're like 3 days.
Shots a day.
It's like 3 or 4 days away.
Feel like half a year already, don't it? Oh, that's funny.
Shout out to the Cash App. It says, AR, you're gonna need 100 to talk again. I'm not sure. Is that a drop? I think you might.
Yeah, he wants it to be a drop. There's not many people up here, so it's kind of dumb to do.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Damn. I'm gonna make sure. Hey, was that for a drop? I gotta make sure. That was crazy. JR Box with the $4.99. Sharon, just tune in and I hear eggs, oil, butter, salt, and pepper. Thought I was listening to a cooking segment. LOL. Support the show. Like the show. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, JR Boxer. And just like y'all know how we like to do it, every time we get over a $50 support. Coming, ride, coming, ride, 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 ride.
I love watching that. It's the scooting them heels for me with the legs. I don't know how she do it.
She definitely doing her damn thing with that one. There's so much happening in those 3 months. Absolutely, Robin. And it's insane how much has happened in those 3 months. I don't understand for the life of me how people can justify it at this point. It's weird to see them justify it at this point. Entrepreneur, what you mean? It's so interesting to see. I don't know what is the outcome at this point. I'm a little nervous and scared for people that don't understand things, because we are starting to be in the information age, and people should understand what is going
on. You gotta want to know, right? So you gotta kind of look for it. I think a lot of us are caught up, whether it's kids, adults, right? I think that's part of the programming to keep us distracted. Right, so
my main problem with that, right? So at one point, that was a very good argument. Oh, they just doing it to distract. The reason why Will Smith got up and slapped somebody is because they trying to keep us distracted. No, you are just distracted. Because you don't have to, you can watch that and still we can have a conversation about what's going on in real life. We can still talk about the small businesses that got to pay 200% tariff. Now that's going to cost the same thing that is $2,000 is going to cost them $200,000, whatever that 200% turns out to be. Right? We could just talk about small businesses. We could talk about small coffee shop getting a coffee from Colombia, but now because of the tariffs, it's going to turn your coffee from $10 a cup to $13 a cup. And how, if you drink coffee every day, how that $3 is going to be a huge problem. How it's translating into the grocery. You were spending $300 a week on your groceries. Now you're spending $500 a week on groceries. Why are we not talking about the trickle-down effect that's happening to a middle America? All these big major corporations, like they talking about Apple. Yes, maybe they could they could take that initial bump and wait it out for 5 years. We can't. Middle America cannot, because even the people that's majority of people that's making over 100,000 a year, they still living check to check too.
Yeah. Yeah. So when you're in survival mode, I don't think people are comfortable, and I don't think people always see a pathway to change, right? So a lot of people don't talk them in practicals, right? Like you said, if certain things are going up, how do you adjusting your own household, right? Cutting back. Where's the money spending, right? So there's a lot of just basic education that's required or needed. I think a lot of times me and my friends, we do talk about how we're not creating those tribes or groups amongst ourselves, like even buying, I think I mentioned this yesterday, purchasing groups. Ooh, right? We got meat markets down here. I got a homegirl, she's single. She don't have no kids. I got multiple kids. I got a homegirl, got one kid. I got another homegirl, got, multiple kids like me. But it's easier for us to drop $200 on meal and bust the meat down. To make a day of it, right? Clean the meat, season, package it up, and go home. You straight for a couple of weeks. But I mean, I don't think we're thinking innovative ways.
That's a great point. A lot of people don't even understand how far a half a cow will go.
Right.
Right. People don't even think in that frame. Like, hey, how many steaks can I get off a half a cow? Probably 30, 40, 50.
Right. So I think if we can break certain things down to a practical sense, like even what AR was saying, I think that was what he was saying is relevant. For me, for somebody like me, it'll lose me a little bit, because the tariffs and I might not know or care. That might not be my place, right? Like I might not be there yet. I might not be thinking about moving into entrepreneurship, right? I'm a worker. Right. Right now I work for somebody. So that may not be in my 5-year plan. Right. So is that practical information for me? I mean, it's knowledge information, right?
No, it's practical.
How is it going to benefit me in my moment, right? And what I'm doing on my day to day, right? So I may need to get more budgeting information, right?
So the reason why it will impact you, right? Because it will start to lead you into voting locally. So this way hey, listen, are you in support of these tariffs? Because if you are in support of a president that do this, now it's going to impact your local elections and say, hey, I need to make sure I put people in that got my best interest at heart, because I work for a small business, because like how we said yesterday, anything under 99 million is a small business. So majority of us work for small business. If small businesses are losing money, they're going to start losing jobs. And since I work for a small business owner, so that's how it trickles down. And we got to start seeing the line down the road and stop thinking that everything has to be just direct 1, 2, 3. It's going to slowly trickle down to the poor people. That's what happens.
We can work our way up to that. But, that's why community is important because everybody's not going to specialize in everything, right? Like, I'd rather have a trusted financial person or a person that's their passion in my circle. So if I need to know what's going on, or if I can go get trusted information, yes, I can always take the extra step and do some research or whatever on my own. But that's not going to be my area of expertise nor my passion, right? But it needs to, and they can bring it.
But it needs to start being a part of our normal day practice.
Day to day. Yeah.
Yeah, it needs to start being a part of our practice. We got to have our nonsense. We got to have our foolery. And we also got to have these other things as well. We got to be able to do, right? And so once we start making it normal, and then we're not just only paying attention to the slap, right? We'll see the slap, and then we watch somebody else talk about the slap, and then we watch about somebody else talk about the slap that didn't happen and why they shouldn't have the slap and this part of the slap and this, and then we'll go down a whole rabbit hole. We'll see about 20 different people talk about the slap, and if they agree with the slap, they disagree with the slap. What happened if he would have slapped them back? And we go down a whole rabbit hole and say, okay, I watched the slap, I enjoyed it, and then now let me go and pay attention to this tariff that's going to affect my children down the road when they turn 20. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be able to learn how to have all of that shit in one conversation, not just only education, because just only education is boring too. I want my kid, we got to be able to put it all together. Bubba Homeschool with the $2. In 90 days, I will gracefully accept your apologies. So that's 4 more days, right? Shout out to DJ Wish after that was in the building. So he probably mad at me too because he ain't blue. And that's what we got to really start pushing out there and have people not afraid to have these nice conversations. We can have the fun conversation, and we also have the economic conversation as well, and understand how things trickle down. It don't just stop. I think one of the main things I learned with doing construction, a lot of times have people like, oh, we could just move that over an inch. Because, an inch is only about this much. But then you move that thing over an inch, 2 months down the line, they say, oh, damn, it's in the way of the light. It's in the way of the sprinkler pipe. It's in the way of the line. It's in the way of something. And now you got to try to figure out, now you're going to spend more money to move it back over to its original point, where we already understood that's where it was its best place for it, but now we're going to spend more money to actually move it back over an inch.
No, I think it is. We do have a lot, like you said, full circle. What they say, begin with the end in mind. So
right, that's a great. I love that. Say that again. That was beautiful.
Oh, it's not me. It's not a quote. I forgot who said it, but it starts begin with the end in mind, right? Like, but. Me and my friend talk about this all the time. You got people who can see the big picture. They're past that. And, and then it's hard to get them. Then you ask them, well, how you get there? They can't tell you the details, but they got the vision for it, right? I'm one of those people that I can get there with you, but I'm always going to be like, well, break it down for me. Put it into the most smallest form where I can, accept it, and people got to be able to apply what
and that's a great caveat to it. And this is a problem that I think a lot of men have personally. I think a lot of men have a problem with breaking down a plan. Like, you cannot just have a vision. You also got to be able to explain and express the goddamn vision as well. So your people that are following be like, okay, I understand this. It's going to be some hard work. I might have to go 2 steps backwards to make 5 steps forward. That's fine if we know that's what it is. But if we only see the 2 steps back, you're going to get a lot of pushback and a lot of questions down the road. And this is why somebody like me have so many questions for the Donald Trump supporters and say, hey, what plan do you see? We are taking steps backwards. I do not see these 5 foot steps forward that you keep on saying that we are going to have. It's like imaginary to me at this point because I don't see the end of the road. It ain't no light at the end of the tunnel. Only thing I keep hearing say that we're going to eventually get there. Get where? We just in this car. Where are we going? Just tell me where. Are we going to at least stop for gas? Is it an electric car?
Right. How long?
Is it going to self-charge while we driving? How many miles is it?
Yeah. So I'm with you with that. I ask a lot of questions. And people, even adults, they tend to get agitated by it. But it's also just who I am as a person. It has to make sense. You know, I'm very logical. I think outside the box, but it has to make sense. And I believe a good teacher has more than one style of teaching in their bag of tricks. Like you have to be able to change your communication style based on your audience. And then, you know, if you can't do that, that's okay. But don't be upset about it because the person ain't receiving it. Like send them to somebody else. So I don't have it for you, but maybe so-and-so can explain it to you because everybody has different. I just think we just need to work together. It's a lot more easier than I think we make it more harder and complicated than it has to be. But
absolutely.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Aaron L with the $10. Question: for 30 years, we had this problem with China and they refused to come to the table. Now they are. There's no proof that they did. How would you get them to the table? Not only those critics, experts provided solutions. So the way how you would get to the table is by creating a space where you maintain your economy by itself first. You got to build the infrastructure so the small businesses can maintain. So you can say, hey, listen, we don't really need you the way how you think we do. But when you go ahead and try to start fist fighting them and say, oh shit, I need a bat. Matter of fact, okay, matter of fact, your bat bigger than mine. So let me put the bat down. Let's change it to boxing gloves. And then you put the boxing gloves on, like, okay, all right. You're a little bit faster than me. So can we go to Krav Maga now? Now you cannot keep changing the goddamn fight during the midst, so it doesn't make you look like you're strong. That's the problem. And so the solution would have been that you have a clear-cut plan. You should have brought them to the table and said, hey, this is what's going on, and this is what we're going to start to do to change things. Not just do things and think that people are going to bow down to you. It doesn't work that way. And it never has. And this is why if you speak to other people that live in other countries like Russia and China, which I know some people, right? And I had conversation with, they look at Donald Trump completely different than y'all Trumpers think they do. Y'all believe that over in Russia, they believe that he is some kind of smart business. They don't. They look at him as a clown.
I think they look at us all as Americans as a clown. I don't think it matters much.
Yeah, they try to, but they just right. It's a weird understanding that Americans are dumb in society. That's what they think, and Donald Trump is pushing that even further.
He solidified it for them.
It's like, look who they voted for twice.
Right, he solidified it for them.
Even the people that's
not even cool anymore. It's just pathetic.
Yeah, and they love the fact that, hey, even though they saying all this tariff shit, he ain't put no tariffs on Russia. Why is that one country was excluded from all the goddamn tariffs? Not near one of these Trump supporters want to talk about it, even though they know so much about tariffs. We supposed to be at war with them. You don't even want to put a tariff war on them. Why? Explain. Somebody explain to me, why do they not have a tariff on Russia? They can't. And we buy a lot of products from Russia, even though we at odds with them, so to speak. I mean, almost trillions of dollars of products from Russia. They don't know. It's okay. Let's have a conversation. That's because he loved him some Putin. Aaron L with the $5. The point is we aren't independent. LOL. Okay, so we agree with that. We're not. There's no catalyst to pull us away from being dependent on China. The tariffs are the catalyst. But that's the part. That part is not true. And we do trade with Russia. That's the part that is not true.
I think the issue is you're hurting your own people to do it, though. It's not going to help your citizens or the smaller businesses.
Yeah.
Where are they going to get their products from? So that makes it harder for us to even conduct business amongst ourselves.
Right. The farmers can't maintain their farms. They're not getting the funding that they used to get. They can't afford to pay Americans American wages. They can't even afford to pay them $20 an hour. That's a normal American wage. It's barely people. It's a reason why we can't get nobody to move to South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming. All these places got land for like you could buy 1,000 acres for $1.
Let me tell you why. It's the damn weather. The weather's trash. Ain't nobody going up there.
But maybe they built some goddamn buildings and they put some trees. Maybe
that's what they need to be putting all them manufacturing companies and all that, and give great wages, and people would definitely move. They would.
Absolutely. They still got, you know what I'm saying? Like, but maybe we put some buildings, maybe stop the wind from spinning around the way how it does, and now they ain't got no tornadoes. I don't know.
Just saying, America did not take the time to invest in themselves over these when there's the industrial. All the way, they was too busy fighting black people from progressing, and that was the focus, and being greedy. They didn't invest in their own country and their own people. And now we're seeing the long-term effects in the education, and now we're seeing the quality, and what we've been sold is just not what it is.
It's just not what it is. And people try to say
generation getting bamboozled.
Right, and look, they will get fact checked in real time. We do trade with China, Russia, Mexico, Canada, United Kingdom, France. It's okay, we do, and it's fine. You know what I'm saying? It is a global economy now. It's just what it is. And I'm saying, but we.
He said he traveled with no living people. Yeah, with them penguins.
That was crazy.
That's the kind of stuff that makes it look incompetent.
Penguins. Yo, that is insane. I mean, it's a good excuse why he did it, right? The excuse is that companies will build on this non-habitable place, even though we can't even, like how you said, we can't even get people to move to North and South Dakota. But you think they're gonna build? You think they're gonna build a plant on this penguin island to have people there to work there and ship things from there? That's crazy talk.
That's funny.
These people are crazy. He had to do it. Why? Because they would have just built no, they would not. They ain't gonna build nothing on no damn penguin island.
Or happy feet.
Yeah, Natasha. Yeah, they had the happy feet people. They got the penguin people. They definitely had them tariffed. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't get it. But that's what they tend to do with it. And hopefully we could just get better at it, shit. And hopefully we could just get better at we don't have to only scream and yell at each other to make to have a good time.
No,
you know, they got the CIA talking about the Ark of the Covenant. They got they got files breaking out talking about we got, you know, like life on other planets now. And then we got Gail King going up to space, and that thing looked fake as hell.
I didn't even know what they went up there for, like 11 minutes,
like
7 minutes or something.
What is it? It's crazy.
That is crazy. And I want to know how much money they spent to do it.
But did they really go somewhere? I don't know.
They went up.
I don't think they went nowhere.
You said
They ain't going no goddamn where. They supposedly came back down, and then the door just opened up. They said, "Oh, hold on, don't open the door yet. It's supposed to have a pressurized." They ain't going no goddamn where.
They didn't show. They didn't have the cameras in the thing and show up.
Suppose it looked like it was AI, and then they try to turn the camera on Oprah. Oprah said, "Oh my god." The hell out of here.
That's the only thing I did see. I came across something about Oprah crying about it, but I don't know. I try to kind of stay out of a lot of stuff.
I was like, man, this is looking crazy as hell. Ariel, the $2. We have sanctions on Russia instead of tariffs. Don't make me pull it up. They do have sanctions as well, but okay. I feel you. They have sanctions on Russia. That because they be doing some foul stuff. What they did to Ukraine is kind of wild. They took over a whole piece of their land.
Well, I mean, I guess the thing I find that I didn't realize how, I guess patriotic a lot of people were, even as me as an American. I've always had, my own thoughts about America they were never good or positive, like just how they treat people in the world, just how they move and operate. So it's funny to me that a lot of people find pride in a lot of things that we do, just that haven't been to our benefit or anybody else's. But we find pride in that, and people are comfortable with it. They're fighting for it, right? Every day
they are fighting
up
for
here
it.
and push back with these very outdated thinkings, even though we have the proof that it has not helped anybody, any generation, whether we're talking about Black people or whether it's the poor whites or any, other groups. So,
shit.
But I digress. Because the work don't stop, and we're gonna keep moving forward. And do what we gotta do.
I think Aaron, I understand what you are trying to say, that we didn't impose no new tariffs on them, but we have our old versions of them. So do you really understand Russia and Ukraine war? What was it? Was it over wheat? Was it over land? Because I know somebody that's Ukrainian that could tell you, that live over there right now, that could have a conversation with you about it, but I just don't dive into it because it ain't none of my business for real.
I thought it was over lands and access to ports or the water or something to that effect.
It's over a lot of stuff. It's wild over there. I'll tell you that. It's wild over there. Half of the people over in Russia don't agree with the war, and the other half don't. It's very similar to how Trump is over here. Half the country just believe anything Putin says.
Mm-hmm.
Like anything he said, they say, "Hey, you gotta do this." They like, "Okay." You said something on Facebook, take his ass to jail. Oh, you don't want to tell him that Russia has the best dictator of all time? We taking away your funding from school. They tax much heavier than us. Hey, you want to go over there and try to act as if they doing something great? Then you don't understand the tax system over there. You don't understand how it works. You ain't never dealt with it, so I don't know why people act like they did. Me and my wife had to fight against their government, so I know for a fact how corrupt they are. It ain't about no goddamn politics. It's all about, you know what? I can't even say. It is what it is. I think a lot of times people they don't really have conversation with other cultures and what they are going through in their own culture, especially in their own country. So they just talking, and it's fair because a lot of things you can't just talk about on the internet like that.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. A lot of the negativity they see in the other countries, I see it in our own. I think we've destabilized a lot of different countries and did our own dirt globally. So. Original piece deal.
made it back. And
how long?
Okay, how long? What?
I was reading. I guess what's his Aaron's comment in the chat. He was saying they had a deal from the 90s that said they weren't supposed to join NATO, and they tried to join, and that's when the war started. But I mean, in the 90s, we're 2025 or 2024, 3 when they went in. Like, I mean, was that forever? I mean, and why did they get, if it's a sovereign country, why do they get to say if they get to join NATO or not? Right.
And but the problem is that Putin, he violated the peace treaty 3 times before this time. So we cannot negate that fact too. So before Zelensky got there, and he's another Donald Trump as well. He's a comedian that turned into the He's
a TV star too.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, most people don't know. He was a comedian on TV. A pretty big comedian over there, and he got voted in. But before he got there, Putin violated the peace treaty 3 other times. So like, it ain't like you could say it's the NATO thing, but he violated 3 other times before this last one. The people finally decided to fight back. I don't know what to tell y'all. You know what I'm saying? Most people, but like I said, most people are not dealing with people from other places. They're not dealing with other currencies. They're not trying to export things from other nations. And so they don't understand how this should be really affecting these small. They don't get it. I be trying to explain it. I be trying to, get it in you a little bit. But they fight me down without.
I don't know. My focus is always on us. Us as Black people, and a lot of those things don't really.
It does.
I don't see how.
Because a lot of this, for example, we buy a lot of wheat from over there, and we eat a lot of wheat.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was joking.
Talking about so what we get less ever.
You don't think wheat affects?
I gotta see.
I don't eat no Wheaties. I don't get them Michael Jones on
that affects us. So who we bringing the wheat in from? Who?
Right. So a lot of Black folks we eat things that is more natural and that contains wheat. A lot of our food products got wheat in it. This is why a lot of Black folks are starting to be. This is why a lot of Black folks are starting to be. What's the word? Oh, I can't think of the word.
You got they can't eat
gluten free.
Gluten free, yeah.
Gluten free, right? So, and so like, hey, gluten is a wheat. A lot of people, hey, all that just trickles down. I promise you. I promise you.
That's a nice try, but I think we'll live maybe a little bit, without maybe some wheat, or we get some wheat. I thought we produce wheat. Don't. We got a lot of farmland out there in the Midwest. Ain't wheat part of that?
It ain't. We ain't making. We ain't producing
it like it's supposed to.
It ain't wheating like how it's supposed to.
It's more corn.
It ain't producing like how we are.
That's funny. Okay. Yeah, no, we need to get back into growing our own food.
Absolutely, it's most likely for sure. That's probably what's happening. But people don't really care about having real conversations. They're not going to say, "Hey, we noticing that people are trying. They are attempting to do it on the back end. They are doing this to a lot of even the big content creators. They're doing it to them as well. But people don't really care. They'd rather us talk about, what they'd rather us talk about. We were talking about it, us slapping each other. I guarantee if I start another stream right now talking about how, anything negative.
Corn and potatoes.
You know what I mean? It's going to be different. That's why we got to support alternative media. I don't think people really understand how important it is to support alternative media. Because we would just get caught on this, how some of the people in my chat today, they are caught on the Donald Trump gravy train, saying anything he does is just the greatest thing. His shoes are the best. His administration is the best. Him breaking down all the regulations that we have is the best. Having an oligarchy is the best. All these, like, it's wow for us to not realize how much they try to silence us, right?
Thank you for that explanation in the chat. First cause, right? I'm quick to say when I'm being a blonde or I don't know moment. I don't have no problem saying when I don't know, right? So the fact, even that in there, wheat equals flour equals bread. A lot of us adults, grown and all the way down to kids, we don't know where these things are. They didn't teach us. This wasn't part of our daily understanding, right? So when I said, oh, how can that's going to affect us as Black people, right? I really needed to understand that. Like he said, wheat comes from there. I'm thinking we got our own wheat. I think somebody else put in there corn and potatoes is out in the Midwest. Thank you for that too. Like,
a lot of corn.
About education and stop. I think some people should stop being offended by not knowing, and then stop trying to make like everybody's supposed to know. Oh, that's common sense. Well,
it ain't.
Let's stop that. It's not common, right? I just learned something very interesting. I'm gonna share real quick. I don't want to overtalk, but I didn't realize the how food pollinated, and I understood bees pollinated, right? So I understood open pollination. Right. But what I didn't really know is that the pollen that be all over your tree, all over your cars and all that can be looked at as like the tree's semen. Right. Because, right. And that was needed, and that there was female and male plants. Now, even at my big age, it was like, wow, that's a shame. Now, I wish somebody would have just kind of blatantly explained it to me that way as a child, and that way I can relate it to myself so that it makes sense. I bet you a lot of people, I was grown when I knew the fruits actually came from the flowers. And you would think this is just basic information, but how many of us are growing the food that we're generations removed from that? So we don't know. So I appreciate that. Thank you for that.
I mean, a lot of things affect things. A lot of our beers is made out of wheat. A lot of beer is made from wheat. A lot of people don't know that flavor in Guinness, right? That flavor in Guinness, it comes from fish.
And I love Guinness.
The reason why I had to find that out because I don't eat animals, and then I found out that it was made with fish. I'm like, that's crazy.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
You know what I'm saying? So I can't drink.
You talking about the stout, not the drought one? You talking about
Guinness? That flavor, that flavor that you taste in Guinness,
don't like. Yeah,
it's made from fish.
Interesting. I didn't know that. See,
so like people don't understand like how much we got to start paying attention to things. Like some of the smallest little things, you would not know. So much things have pork in it. I was also raised not to eat pork, so I can't eat a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? And not just that. I'm talking about potato chips.
Yeah.
It's like, why do potato chips?
All of them. The only bag of chips that is the Lay's potato chips actually just says potatoes, sea salt, and the rest of them got all that long list of stuff. But the Lay's,
Yeah, so it's so many things that we gotta pay attention. A lot of the products that we use, Vaseline. A lot of people don't know where Vaseline come from, and that was a staple in the Black community. Do you know where Vaseline come from?
Assume pig.
For jelly.
It comes from gasoline. The production of gasoline is the residue from the gasoline pipe. They clean out the gasoline pipe, and then that's the residue that comes out of it, and they call it Vaseline.
Well, I knew it was yeah. I guess it makes sense. Yeah, but see, again, raw materials, right? Yeah. We don't understand the raw materials that make the products. And that's the part we need those little things to.
It's somebody making $1 million off of rocks and sand right now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like most people don't know what the hell a sheetrock is. What material is a sheetrock? Do you know? It's called gypsum. That's what it's called. It comes out the ground naturally. So you gotta have a gypsum mine. You gotta mine it. You gotta cook it. You gotta cook it for it to turn to a sheetrock. But because you gotta take out all the water that's in it. But regardless, it's a natural resource that we gotta start finding out where these things come from. So this way we could be more of a business minded, even if we're not using business, but now we can start looking at things differently when we build our house, right? So a lot of things people not understand too is with China. So like your kitchen that costs $50,000 to make because you're buying everything here. Now that we know what's really happening, that they are buying it from China, putting made tag on it, and sell it to you. You can just go straight to China because it's going to break down 2 years regardless if you buy it from them directly or you buy it because they put the made tag design on it. And now it's $750,000. Now your kitchen is only $20,000, so to speak, right? So, but you're just gonna have to wait 4 months for it to get over here because of crustable. But you got to start thinking like that, right? Yeah. You cannot just say, "Oh, I'm drinking a Guinness. It got a strange flavor." How they get that flavor? Oh, it's fish. What kind of fish? Where did they farm this fish? Is it wild? Right. Is it wild caught fish? How much do this fish cost? How much is a tuna? You know how much a tuna costs? One tuna?
Yeah, them tunas. Well, I don't. My daughters them
$20,000 for one fish.
Yeah. They didn't like how they did the fins. They watched the documentary about them cutting the fins off the shark and we boycotted. I ain't had Chinese food over years now because of that. So we don't do Chinese food anymore.
Nice. Welcome back to the show. The cool nerd to be wrong again. Good day, sir.
The cool
Hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Just to address the we got earlier. Number one, he was completely wrong. There's a person who actually worked in who's intimately connected to what I was saying. He's wrong. I've been every year contracts get gotten rid of, or funding has been cut for certain things. Funding gets moved around for certain things on government contracts. So when he says that he doesn't understand the difference between allocation and actual spending, he's just plain wrong. But also, I think I understand why there's a disconnect. I think y'all are looking at it from how an individual business, or from the micro, how an individual business would be affected by certain things, which is true to an extent. But it's not the government's job to help individual businesses if the whole economy has to be changed or has these adjustments. And I think the issue is the reason why it hasn't been fixed in the past 30 plus years isn't because they didn't know what to do. They knew exactly what to do. They just knew that they were gonna have to do it, and it was gonna cost either whatever solution they had was gonna cost some plane, was gonna cause some kind of distress short term. And they were afraid of saying, you know what? I'm gonna have to deal with the backlash of the media not liking me, or the media calling, or I'm gonna have to be the bad guy for a while, and I will get voted back in. This just goes for Congress, presidents, everything, right? People are just afraid of saying something negative to the people in order to get a better result long term. So it balloons into this issue where we're almost 37 trillion in debt. We're dependent on China to supply resources to our Defense Department. That's crazy. You have your enemy supplying your in your supply chain for your defense. This is wild. And because they want to placate the people. Hey, listen. If you own a small business, you know, in reality, whether it's through tariffs, whether it's through some freak accident like a pandemic, whether it's through AIDS, the market just went up and down. You know, things happen in real life. You got to be flexible enough to figure out how to make your business work. Just like there's gonna be people who are gonna suffer through this. There's people who are gonna go from 0 to 1 million off of this, right? You got to figure out how to make adjustments.
No, but that's not true.
But long term, this is needed. And like I said before, Ray Dalio said, if we do not fix this debt situation, we are going to lose our revert. Remember, the past couple of years, Passengers, they're just saying, hey, are we going to lose our reserve currency status?
Cooner,
We're on the brink of that.
can you hear me?
What you're not addressing is that we're on the brink of that. And
Crazy.
You can hear me.
And that is more important than any of your small little businesses. It is.
He
If your
power
business
walking.
gets hurt and you don't know how to adjust to it, that's a problem that we got to all face.
All right. So the problem, Cooner, is that majority of Americans cannot afford to do what you are saying. I don't know why people cannot understand that. Majority of people cannot afford to do what you're saying because
I can't hear you.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But like
That's a big difference.
You think that it's going to be a bunch of people that's going to go 0 to a million because the economy is going to crash is wild and crazy rhetoric. It does not happen.
There's millions who created the depression.
You can you hear us now?
There's literally huh?
Can you hear us now?
Barely. Like really low. I don't know why.
Yeah, so it's just not going to happen the way how you are saying. Majority of Americans are not going to go from 0 to $1 million because of a crash. It don't work that way. Even when it happens,
I didn't say majority. I said there's some.
Right. So the problem is that
good.
Right, that's not good. So the only people that's going to benefit off of it are the people that already benefit off it, like Donald Trump's friends that made $900 million off the first time he said we're going to do the tariffs. Right? They made $900 million in one day. That's because they have the money to expand to do that. Majority of people do not have $500 in a bank account. That is America. They don't have it. So we got to stop trying to say, oh, it's going to be some rich people. It's rich people getting richer.
No,
it ain't poor people. It's not poor people jumping to middle class and middle class jumping to millionaire status. That's not what's happening.
No, that is what happened. If you're smart, that's what happens. Oh my God. If you play your cards right, you adjust.
Intelligence have nothing to do with it.
We understand this fake kumbaya ideology if you're smart. If people were smart, they wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump because he told them that he was going to do it, and now they understand that we are happy for them. I'm happy for the people that voted for Donald Trump and they lost their business because he said he was going to do this, and now they got exactly what they voted for. So I'm happy for you.
Okay, so let's say he doesn't do this. Let's say you voted in Kamala Harris. We keep the system how it is now, right? And in 5 years, if it all falls apart, we lose our reserve status. The whole economy implodes on itself because we didn't do anything to change the situation as is. So now everybody loses. Is that what you want?
Do I want something imaginary? No, I don't want something imaginary. Can you please tell me that? So let's talk about what's actually happening, right? So are you saying that Donald Trump's new budget is not increasing the deficit?
In general, I think for the first year it will, just because you still have to pay out people.
Okay, so you saying, hold on, I want you to answer. Hold on, I want to make sure I'm understanding you, right? So this is for the audience now. So Trump's administration is going to increase the deficit? Yes or no? And then go ahead and explain.
I said it could, and I think if it does, it's temporary. And the reason why it is because those.
Okay, so what you wrong? So he already put out his budget, and it's absolutely increasing the deficit.
All the cuts have to take into effect
by trillions of dollars.
All the cuts have to take into effect. We have to bring in the new income sources have to come in and start making more money. And we have to make sure that we understand where we're redirecting that money. If those things are strategically in place, it's going to be a short-term. It's going to be a short-term increase for long-term savings.
So where is this new income going to come from?
Well, part of it is tariffs. Part of it is new businesses. When
people can't afford it.
Well,
if the smaller people can't afford it and they're not going to do it and they're going to have to close their business, it's only going to be the big companies that can afford it. So they still going to lose out on the smaller companies.
Hey, if they get, but I don't think it's gonna, in general, gonna kill smaller companies. But
that's the problem, Kunar. I'm telling you that it's already killing small businesses today, right now.
Then they got to suffer through it for the long
term.
Through
it. But that's America suffered through it. It ain't just one or two. This is what we trying. This is what we trying to explain. America's small businesses is going to be affected the most, not the big ones, right? Because we all know the big ones, America is willing to bail them out, as they did in the past. They're not bailing out everyday Americans. Why are we trying to say that everyday Americans need to suffer through something when they are suffering enough?
So let me ask you a question. Do you work out? Yes or no? Do you work out?
Totally different. Totally different. Break it down muscles and they have to build up. No, it's not gonna happen. If, like Sharon was talking about earlier, if she used to paying $33,000 and now she got to pay $200,000, okay, for 90 days, that's what, 200,000 when she used, or that means 600,000 compared to when she had to pay 99,000. That's a big ass difference.
Or
600,000 compared to 99,000. Or you cancel the order, then she got to. How so then?
Vietnam. I know a couple of my friends who did that.
But that's going to change the whole products. You know what I'm saying? Right. If you used to getting these products from here, you can't like just change it like that. Then what you going to tell your customers? Oh well, we had to cancel the order. People, okay, let me get my money back. You're like, well, if she already spent that money, then you know, then she just it's going to just throw her off completely.
Possibly. Or most of the products that are, I know people who have changed. You know how many stores have changed their supplier, and on an everyday basis, and you don't even notice the difference in quality. Sometimes you do, but most of the time you don't. That happens every day.
I'm sure they don't change the whole product all at once. I'm sure they probably get some of it, sample it, see if it's okay. If this works, okay, then they change it. They just don't cancel it all the way. Like,
suppliers,
and then it depends what the product is.
Suppliers literally go out of business every day. Like suppliers, you have to change suppliers all the time. People have to change suppliers all the time. And most of the time you don't understand. Most of the time you don't see the difference. Sometimes you do, but most of the time you don't.
I can't believe that we are actually okay with this.
I'm absolutely okay with this. And if it needs to happen for a month or two or a few months for us to get the because what you're saying is you rather not work out and not be sore and get fat and then have other health issues, worse long-term issues. Okay. Hey, work out real quick.
What I'm saying,
get some pain in order to get better.
No, Kunar, what I'm saying is that I would rather know that when I do my workout that I'm going to break down to build up. What you are saying that we are going to break down and we don't know what's going to happen. That's the problem.
No, we know what's going to happen. It's planned out.
No,
you don't know the plan. You don't understand the plan, but it is a plan.
But you are not telling. All right, sir. Okay, you understand the plan.
All right. So here's the difference. All right. So let me map out certain things that have happened already to show that's the plan. Okay. So day one, we start negotiating with Ukraine for the rare earth rights, right, in their minds, right? So if you don't know that part of our supply chain for the military relies on rare earth metals that are coming from China. He signs that deal. Remember that deal? The first it blew up, and then a couple weeks later they signed a deal. Right after they signed a deal, they say, "Oh, April 2nd, we're doing the tariffs." That was a part of a strategic plan to get everybody on tariffs to come to the table. Right? Once they come to the table, they can discuss it. Partially to isolate China. They isolate China, but the reason why you have tariffs on the Penguin Islands is so you can't redirect your order from China to the Penguin Island and then back to the United States, because that's cheaper in some cases than tariffs, right? So now it forces China to come to the table. They have to come to the table because they're going to suffer more than us. Our economy is a lot more robust than theirs. It is.
Or they can say skip us and sell to another person.
So you saying our economy is way more robust.
I guarantee you, majority of businesses.
Hold on. So
businesses will suffer.
What is it that we buy?
Customers are gone.
What is it that we? You are just saying stuff, dude. You're not connecting anything, right? So and it's fine, but you got to be able to connect them. So what is it that we buying from? What is it that they are buying from us? That they can't buy from us? Yeah, that they can't produce from other places.
We're the customers. We buy stuff from China. We're the customers, right?
We absolutely buy stuff from China. Yes, we do.
Yeah. So if 40% as a country.
So now, what is it that we buying? So what is it?
Gone,
you got to be able to answer.
Suffer?
You got to be able to answer questions as well, right? So that's what we understand. So people can understand. Maybe people not as versed as you. So what is it that they can not buy from us and they can buy from somewhere else? Because already they are doing it with the soybeans, right? They bought a lot of beans from us. They're not buying from us anymore. They bought a lot of chickens from us. They ain't buying it no more.
Sure.
Right? Those are two different things. So now what is it that we are controlling that they need from us that they have to get from us?
What do they need from us? Our money.
And so how can you prove that when they literally did a reciprocal tariff showing like, hey, we don't need y'all. They verbally said we don't need y'all. And they are attempting to fight back. It's not that they said, well, so what I'm saying, they are fighting back.
Huh?
They are fighting back.
You don't think so? You think so?
You don't. Yes, because they put reciprocal tariffs on us. So therefore, now they're gonna find other countries that's willing to sell them the same products that we have.
That's cool temporarily. We don't know if we don't know. Number one, we don't know if we don't know the volume levels in which they can actually source from those countries. We don't know the tariff those countries have on them. Okay. We don't know the relationship they have with those countries.
And so are you saying that hold on, I don't want to talk about hypotheticals. But hold on. I don't want to see this is the problem. I don't want to talk about hypotheticals. So you saying you know how much they need? Or you just going off a possibility?
Can I ask you a question? Sure.
No, before you ask me a question, is that I'm going off the facts. You are telling me about possibilities that so far that nobody has seen. This whole negotiate. You saying that they are back at the table negotiating, where it shows otherwise. It shows that they are not negotiating. They did reciprocal tariffs, and also they did a smear campaign on our products that we buy over here. They doing everything opposite of what you are saying.
You're talking about last week. They literally just sourced a couple days ago. They literally just sourced their number one negotiator to talk to us, and they said, "Yo, can we get they literally just said, "Can we find a negotiator? We need Trump to have a negotiator partner." So they literally just said that like 2 days ago. They literally
So it's okay for you to say you don't know what's going to happen, right? You heard somebody say that they are going to some table that we don't know if it's happening or not. But what I'm saying is that as the fact right now, what you're saying is not true, and the reason why it's not true because they retaliated. They had reciprocal tariffs, so we're in the same boat. They said, "Hey, you want to tariff us? We're gonna tariff you." They said, and then we said we're gonna tariff more, so they tariffed us. That's what they did, and then now we at this ridiculous tariff rate. Now they say, "Hey, you want to talk?" Because we're willing to go exactly where you are. If you don't want to come to an agreement, we're going to stay where we at. So they are not. It's not a negotiating table where it's favoring us because they are willing to fight back. Is what I'm saying, and you don't have no proof that they are not fighting back. They are fighting back.
They can fight back, but they're going to lose. I guarantee you that they need us more than we need them.
Okay, that's hypothetical. Okay, that's fine. I think that's a great hypothetical. But the problem is that I just need people to tell the truth and say that they are willing to gamble with American lives. That's what you are saying. You don't have nothing concrete that you could tell me. I'm telling you facts, and you tell me, well, they have this.
That's not facts. Those are old facts. And you're
what? All right, so what am I saying that's not a fact? Hold on. Let's be clear. What am I saying that is not a fact?
I said they're old facts. And I said they're facts that your perspective on those facts is incorrect. You can have the numbers correct, but your perspective on those numbers is incorrect.
And yours
the context by what you're saying is incorrect.
And so you're saying that your context is correct because you have
Absolutely. I literally just follow the news.
So the problem is that you're not giving me any new numbers. You're just saying a projection of what might happen because you believe in America.
I said it was a projection of what happened 2 days ago.
Because you
Literally, they
believe
said
in
we're
American
putting in a negotiator.
you believe in American consumerism so much that that China is going to fold. That's what you believe in.
I don't. Am I? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
So
right.
Didn't I say? So you said I didn't say that. You said that they're not coming to negotiate today. I said they are.
Okay. So what does that mean?
That means the tariffs work.
How?
Because they're coming to negotiate table when they wouldn't before. That's the whole point of the tariff. That's the whole point of the tariff.
Wow. So you don't think okay. I mean, as long as you figure that as a win, if you think that them having a conversation is a win, and then I guess it's a win. They had a conversation. As long as they had a conversation, it's a win. Okay.
Yes, because because you can't change things without having a conversation. If you don't have the conversation, then nothing's going to change in the first place, and we'll continue to get our IP stolen. We'll continue to get cheap products, and we'll continue to be railroaded and be dependent on them for our own defense supply chain, which is a no-go.
What you don't understand that it's not costing them any money with the tariffs. It's costing us money, not them. So they don't have to change nothing.
No, it costs them a lot of money.
It's not costing them nothing. They're not paying it.
So if you own a business,
it's not costing them nothing.
Wait. So let me ask you a question. You own a business, right? And you lose your biggest customer, who is 40% of the money of your business, right? You're telling me that me as a customer could go anywhere else, right? And I'm 40%. Remember, I'm 40%. I can take my 40% somewhere else. You're telling me that you, who rely on me by 40%, isn't going to be hurt. Yeah. So yes, you trade with me, but you're like my fourth or fifth customer. My biggest customers, I'm cool with. I already negotiated with them. So you are on the line because now you have to produce and maintain losing 40%, losing your biggest customer, who's 40% of your market. You're telling me that they're hurting more than we're hurting more than them?
Yes.
You tell me you can survive with that, with losing 40% of your customer?
Who is more willing to sacrifice they people, China or America?
Who's what? More, I can't hear you. Say that again.
Who is more? Who has a history of throwing their people under the bus? China or America?
Sorry, this bus is going past me. It's really loud. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say it again.
Who is more in history? Who is more willing to throw their people under the bus? China or America?
Both.
You said both?
Absolutely.
This is crazy to me.
So I got a question. You mentioned that the tariffs were put in place to bring them to the table to negotiate. What were they initially looking for them to negotiate about at that table prior to the tariffs coming in?
Say that one more time. I couldn't hear you.
What were they initially coming to the table for to negotiate about prior to the tariffs coming in? Because you said the tariffs were used as an incentive to bring them to the table to negotiate. But to negotiate what prior to the tariffs?
Well, part of it is rates. Part of it are VATs, which are controls in bringing our products in, and standards in bringing our products in, right? But the major part of it, more so, is the IP theft, the reliance on them for materials that are part of our military supply chain, and more so currency manipulation. Those are the two biggest things.
And so some of those things I'm not, aware of or know anything about. But even when you said the last thing you said was currency exchange, was that correct?
Currency manipulation.
Currency manipulation. What is that? How would they be able to manipulate America's currency?
So one of the ways you can get gain an upper hand in trade is if you manipulate your currency. If you lower the value of your currency, then incentivize other people to essentially buy from your country. And then what it does is it destroys your market internally in your own country. So, for example, if they can lower their currency rate to instead of from 10 cents to 1 cent, that means everything. That means that they can sell to you at a 1% rate, while you have to maintain if you maintain your currency rate, you have to sell at a dollar rate, right? And so therefore, it's not a one-to-one exchange in trade. And therefore, when you see other products that are American made, they get hurt more in general when you have something manufactured in your country. So therefore, it hurts your economy, your production, of your country, and overall production in your country.
Yeah, but what exactly are we producing and sending out?
So that again?
What are we? Because I didn't look at us as manufacturers or producers of much anything. So I'm not. I guess I'm just still confused of how they have that control over the value of our own dollar.
Well, that's the reason, right?
More than
Today
us.
we don't manufacture as much because remember everybody kept on talking about how people offshored their manufacturing to go to cheaper countries, right? That's exactly why currency manipulation is bad, because now those companies are able to offshore.
Right, but that was to the benefit of the companies, right? Like we can't blame China for accepting those jobs. Our businesses are the ones who ship them over there.
Okay, so cool nerds. So let me get this straight. Do you understand the reason why Trump is tariffing China?
Say that again?
Do you understand that he is using the tariff deficit as a reason, as an excuse for why we should implement more tariffs on China?
Yeah.
All right. So now, what did the trade deficit have to do with the tariff for you? Like, how's that going to change the trade deficit? Right. So we just we export more than we import more than we export. How's that going to change that with the tariff?
So that part of it is like I said, currency manipulation. That hurts.
Damn, you got too much wind in your microphone now. And so I think the main problem is that majority of people don't understand this is what he's basing his tariffs on. He is basing it on the trade deficit, saying that we spend $100 million over there and we only get $50 million back because they buy $50 million of products from us and we buy $100 million of products off of them. And this is where he's getting this tariff idea from, the trade deficit. And this is why he has a tariff problem, not because of these other things that y'all keep trying to say and y'all can't prove. See, like how I can give you something that is, I can give you fact. This is what he is basing his tariff on, but it doesn't make sense.
The other stuff I said, as well as the other stuff I said. Like I don't know. Do you think they only like an issue only has one thing at a time, or do you know there's issues that have multiple facets to them, right?
I understand, but when I saw peeling back the onions because maybe you are advanced, right? So there's even just talk about why he's tariffing, right? He is tariffing off of a bullshit ass number that he made up because of the trade deficit, not because we are being disadvantaged in the trades.
That's the reason.
Because we are not producing what we produce. What we produce as very well, like our soybeans and our agriculture that China loves to buy from us. We're producing that very well. But the problem is that America, we are buying more because we produce consumers very well. So therefore, our small businesses buy more from China so they could sell and make more money back home in America. And that's why we have a trade deficit, not because they are taking advantage of us.
I don't think you understand. Well,
shit! Even when I broke it down that way? Oh, okay. All right.
You didn't break it because I broke it down further and you don't understand the root causes.
Okay. Go ahead.
I literally broke down the root causes.
That's
I don't
crazy.
know. It's amazing that we think America's been doing like great business globally, and like we move from a place of fairness. I think we can always look at ourselves and see what, as citizens, the conditions, and think they're not going to do any better when it comes across seas or foreign.
That's crazy.
Exchange.
I can't believe that he disagreed with what I just said. That's insane to me.
Yeah, so okay.
That's crazy. That's crazy to me. I'm sorry. But that's insane to me. I can't believe that. You know, we got the biggest consumer base, and that's the reason why the trade deficit is what it is. It ain't because they doing something that is
taking advantage. I mean, to me, that's like this whole same DEI thing. They're taking jobs from us, taking advantage. We're not like
black jobs.
People ain't doing nothing to y'all. It's just, we got to be able to compete. You got to be able to compete. Got to be competent. All right.
Oh shit, that was crazy. Why
we in the thought process? Why don't we produce more so that they can consume more from us?
Say that again, Kunard. Yeah, that's crazy that he is basing his tariff plan off of trade deficits, and we are trying to act like somebody taking advantage. Is crazy to me.
Can y'all just admit y'all don't fundamentally understand what you're talking about?
No, what I'm saying again, you are just going hypothetical. I'm giving you facts, and you telling me hypothetical.
I absolutely did. I absolutely did facts.
No, you did not. You cannot. You are telling us we gotta think about what possibly might happen.
No, I didn't. I told you what actually
you are basing your ideology on what might happen. I'm not basing mine on what might happen. You are saying it might bring them to the table, and they might fold because they're gonna they're
at the table.
40, you saying 40% a comment. You saying 40. You saying 40% that you saying 40% of their economy is from us, and we know that's not true. It's not.
It absolutely is.
If it was true, then we won't be at a trade deficit.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
All right, I'm gonna need you to just do some research on basics. Like, just go and do the research on.
But don't. All right, so I don't need to do the research if you here. Tell me it. I keep trying to get. The information for you. I'm giving you my information that I know, right? At whatever capacity you feel like you had a much higher capacity than me. That's fine. But I'm giving you my capacity. But you are not able to give me your capacity. It's the problem that we are having right now.
I did. And for some reason, you're saying I'm telling you the sky is blue, and you tell me the sky. I said that the sky was red, and I didn't.
No, what you are telling me that the sky might be blue.
No, I did not. When did I wait? Go back, record, and I'll give you $1 for every time I said Mike.
Because you are not giving me anything finite. You're saying they are coming to the. This is what you're saying. They are coming to a negotiating table and talking. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean they're going to have. It doesn't mean it's going to be a better or worse. It just means that they are talking.
I told you and I told you in the super chat that is a catalyst for them to talk. If they didn't have that, you would not. No one would ever come to the table, and you wouldn't change anything. We'll continue. We will continue to go down the road that we're going.
So now that they're talking, what is the plan for the conversation to come out to be what?
I told you it has to address. It has to address the. It has to address the currency manipulation. It has to address the IP theft that's coming out, and it has to address this, our supply chain issues that we have by sourcing materials from them. Those are three of the many of them, and there's many other options as well. But those are three big ones. And I said that several times, and it's not just me saying that.
And you understand that you are just
getting for 30 years.
Okay, so you said those. So you said those are three things that. All right, so hold on. Again, this is what I'm trying to make you understand. You're saying those are the three things that they need to renegotiate, but you're not saying anything else besides. Okay, fine. That's what they need to all right, let's just say we all agree. Those are the three things they need to renegotiate. That doesn't mean anything. That they are going to the table and renegotiate these three things. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, how are you going to get the result if it just started happening 2 days ago?
Thank you. So how are we going to get the result? Explain it to me.
I just explained it to you. You bring
You
them
did
into
not.
it.
Oh no,
Now
what
that
you
we're
did? No,
negotiating.
hold on. Let me tell you what it sounded like. You explained it to. You explained what they need to talk about. That's what you explained.
And
Okay,
I explained that part A.
okay, that's
we got to
fine.
the table. We got to the
That's
table.
fine, but that's not telling me what's the plan. Okay, we need to talk about it and say what we're gonna do this, and we gonna in return we're gonna get what out of that return. That's what I need to know. I need to know what is supposed to happen, not just us talking.
I told you. What, am I speaking like?
Yes, you
Am I
are.
speaking a different language?
Yes, you are.
Well, I don't know. I
I'm
can't
asking
share
you
this
to
your
tell
language.
me.
I'm not intelligent
Okay,
enough.
so
I'm not
this is
intelligent
what
enough
I'm
to translate your
asking you
language.
to. This is what I'm asking you to do. Okay, we need to walk down the street. Okay, what are we walking down the street to do?
I told you several times.
Just to walk. We just walking.
No, you walk there to get fair. So, for example, and Mr. Wonderful said this a couple of times, right? And I know real world examples for this. I just can't talk about it because it's CUI. If I produce product A, I'm going to go over to China, and I have this innovation that I have, and I go over there, and they say, you got to partner up with a Chinese business in order to do business here. I partner up with that Chinese business. That Chinese business steals my intellectual property and starts making a cheaper version of it because they cannot, because they don't have to pay for and recoup innovation costs and research and development costs. They can sell it at, while you're selling it for $1, they can sell it for 50 cents because they don't have to recoup that money, right? So when they're doing that, in America, I can litigate that. I can go to a court and say, hey, they stole my IP. I'm going to sue them for copyright infringement, X, Y, and Z, right? In China, they will not allow you to do that.
How often is this happening?
So that addresses the IP issue, right? Second thing, currency manipulation. They have to put restrictions on how you can value your currency.
Okay, let's attack the first one. So, okay.
It's not the Chinese government taking your idea, though. If that's true, if they taking somebody's product and take the idea, it's not the Chinese government doing it. It's whatever company you deal with. So you can't blame.
You
can't blame the country.
Right. So the reason why he's blaming. Hold on. The reason why hold on. So the reason why he's blaming the country is because that's written in the code. For you to manufacture over there, you gotta give all the secrets away to that company for them to produce it. And he's saying those companies are now undercutting them and making it cheaper. Right. Okay. Fine. Cool. So now you want them to renegotiate that. Fine. Even though it's no clear. So the only thing we want to get to is that even though I don't see how it's going to work, because the only way you could do that is by building your own manufacturing company. That's the only way you could do that. And we cannot afford to build our own manufacturing companies here. We know that. Right. But if we do that, and then now that same item is going to be ridiculously more money. That's
actually not because part of the cost for especially in products that are innovative, part of the cost is some people call it, if you look at the stores directly, it's shrinkage, but other people have look similar to that. When somebody steals your idea, you have to charge more because you're losing market share, right? If you reduce losing market share, you don't have to charge as much because you don't have to pay for that cost.
No. Oh my God. This is crazy. We will have to build our own factories. That's the only way we cannot share our idea with another country.
It's not just about sharing the idea per se.
Right, because they're saying that we gotta because China is saying that we have to for our companies to build the product, we need to understand the full technology of your product. So they gotta give them all of the sauce. Understood. But no matter where they go, because if that was the problem, they would have went elsewhere because they don't want China to bootleg them. So why they don't go elsewhere? Because it don't matter. So the real issue is that we cannot build our own manufacturer and produce that product for cheaper, even if the bootleg happens.
Oh my God.
It's what you're missing.
Yeah.
So
because if we know they doing that, then why would we take it there? Because we know it's gonna happen once you go somewhere else.
Right.
Taiwan or whatever.
Wherever
Yes,
it
that's
is,
the first
they know once they go there, they're gonna have the technology, and then now they gotta find a new way, and then they're gonna sell the bootleg version, right?
no, because some of those places manufacture here too. The problem isn't just that. The problem is
that's one,
is
but
that-
we dealing with one problem at a time.
Yes, but you don't have the correct problem. The problem is that even if that because for example, if you build a product, you're not necessarily always going to be the manufacturer of that product, right? In America, if I build a product, right, I have product A, and I build it, and I give it to you, Sharon. You have the manufacturing company to produce it, right? And you say, for example, Aaron's product is pretty
So
cool.
that's not, okay. I just stop you there.
Stop.
It's not true because we have Tesla and Lucid. The person that made Lucid, he used to work with Tesla. They was the right hand man. He was damn near the CEO with Elon. And guess what? He started his own company. He made Lucid. Guess what? It's an electric car. So no, you're wrong.
Also, but it's not the same. It's not. The number one is the patent. The patents on those in that car is totally different.
But okay. So what I'm saying is that again, what I'm saying that you're wrong. So even if you work with the company in America, just like Tesla and Lucid, he could make the same. He made the same exact product. He changed it up. Yes, you have to change it up. Just like another. If China was to take the shit, they can't sell it say if they just took the Tesla technology, they made Teslas in China and they shipped it over here. They cannot sell it. They cannot sell it over here as Tesla. They had to change the name. This is when they say you could buy wholesale and put your own name on it, and that's what they are the best producers. So let's be attentive to what we are saying. So no, over here in America, if I work for a company, yes, I can take their idea and just transform it into my own. Lucid and Tesla is the example. And what did Tesla do? He lowered his prices because he was able to get infrastructure before Lucid. And that's why the EV market is in the way that it is now. Because Elon Musk destroyed his own market.
Come on, you're actually missing something.
I'm telling you what it is, and you're telling me that I'm wrong, even though I walked it down. That's crazy.
No, because you're missing points. You're missing key points. Sharon, number one, if I have an innovation, so Lucid has to pay for the innovations they take from Tesla. Literally, they have to sign licensing agreements and all that stuff, and those licensing agreements are enforced here, right? In China, you don't have to sign those licensing agreements. And even if you did sign those licensing agreements in China, they're not going to enforce them. That's the reason why it's on the country. So if you create a patent here, I take that patent or use that patent, I would have to license it from you. I would have to pay you to use your idea. In China, that's not enforced. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, we could agree on that. That is irrelevant, but we could agree on it.
No, that's absolutely the point of why IP theft is wrong.
No, because you're talking about making it one. Okay, here's the problem that you're missing. You're talking about bootlegging is the problem.
That's what they do.
Okay, nobody really buys the bootleg at that. Okay.
Even if it's a legitimate company like Lucid is a legitimate company. Mm-hmm. They have to license every idea, everything that they stole. Anything that they
take. So with your bootleg situation, right? With your bootleg situation, Hermes, they got a $40,000 bag. Walmart made or Target, I forgot which one. They made the Target version of the Hermes bag. Did that affect the price of the Hermes bag?
It depends on.
Did it? Yes or no?
It could. It depends on what's taken. I don't know. I don't know.
So
The
that's what I'm
details.
saying.
Stop,
It did
stop,
not.
stop.
So,
You don't know the details.
I'm asking
You
you a
don't know
question.
the
You talking about it depends. It don't depends because they did it, right? Walmart made a fake Hermes bag and it did not affect Hermes profit. They actually right now are going to go 10% higher.
So did you?
And it's
I
the
don't think you
same
listen to
bag.
anything I say. You have an idea of something and you just stick with that idea in your head and you don't listen to the words that come out.
I'm walking with you, actually. I'm walking
No, you're
with
not. No, you're not. You're literally not. Sharon, you have a patent. I cannot just take your patent and make a bootleg version of it without having to give you IP of it, unless I change it significantly.
So, okay, so all right, so now we back in the same boat again. Hermes, they make their bags in China. China knows this. They say, "Oh, this is how you make the bag." They said, "Hey, we're gonna sell a cheaper version because we, regardless of what it is, it costs us $20 to make this bag." Hermes said it for $10,000. Hey, Target, look, I got the design. All you got to do is put Target on it. Don't say it's Target. Say it's the new Target Hermes bag. Fine. They did that. They bought it and they said, we're going to sell it. And everybody's like, oh, look at my new Target Hermes bag. But guess what happened to Hermes? They did not stop selling their bags because people still want the real version. So even with your bootleg version, Americans want the real one.
Yo, I don't know what you're talking about right now, and I get what you're talking about, but I don't see how it relates to what I just said.
Because you're saying bootleg. Okay, fine. Go ahead. I don't know. I don't know. This is the craziest part. Like when I walk down, Lucid.
Lucid is a great example.
What I'm saying.
Stick to Lucid. That's a great example.
Okay.
In order to use that product and build that product in America, because Tesla has factories in America.
Yeah, but okay, so the reason why I don't want to use the Lucid and the Target because we understand we have the patents over here, right? Your whole argument is that they take the technology and then resell it, right? At a cheaper price.
Without addressing the IP issues such as the patents, right? Right. It's okay for you to take my technology if you pay me for it when you take it.
So what I'm saying is this. It doesn't matter if it's Mac, L'Oreal, whoever other cosmetic products, Fenty, they all use the same exact product. The only difference is that they changed the name, and then because they put their name on it, and depending on how much marketing they want to put on it, they uptick the price, even though it's all the same product. That's what happens in America.
And you don't think? Wait, hold on. And you don't think that the original with the whoever has the original patent isn't getting paid for that?
Okay, I
don't. You don't think? Wait, hold on. Let's say Hermes made the bag first, right? And they came up with the bag.
No. We don't have to keep moving. This is how we get confused.
No, that's how you get confused.
Okay,
I'm perfectly aware of what you're saying, and I'm saying that you're leaving out certain things that are key. You're trying to simplify it, but you're simplifying it way too much because you're leaving out things.
Right, because you're complicating it by adding American values to these Chinese companies, which they don't have. This is why I don't want.
That's the exact point of why you negotiate.
What I'm saying. This is crazy.
That's the exact point.
Okay, fine. I don't know how you think that is going to change, but if you think that's going to change something, then fine. Okay. They in negotiation, they're going to talk about it, and they're going to get Chinese government to not share the. I don't know how they're going to do that. They're going to have to do like how the U.S. military uses steel. They're going to have somebody on board and say, no, we're going to put the mix in it for you. And that's going to cost another price, right? So if they have if they are building a piece of structure, a certain kind of pan that they sell, and they got some new technology, they're going to have their own people go to China and say, hey, hold on,
Y'all got to turn around, and let me tell you, it's 10% iron, 2% petroleum, 3% this, and then now after they put their mix in, then now you could turn around and manufacture. That's what you're suggesting. Fine, that's what they're going to do. It's still going to cost money. Fine. I don't know if that's going to actually work out the way how you think it is. Okay, they're in negotiations. We're going to see where that's going. What's the second one? Because that's insane.
Hey, all I gotta say is this: just research.
What's the second one? Because you had 3.
Yeah, I can't talk about those anymore. I gotta go. But I'm just saying, just research.
I did my research, and you are not saying anything. You're saying the skies might be blue, and it's okay.
So you know what? Let's do it like this. When let's break down the clip of
which one?
Let's break down the clip for that when Mr. Wonderful's complaint on CNN when he talked about it. Let's break that down.
I'll go find that one. Okay,
we'll break that down word for word. That's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. And we can also break down a clip about currency manipulation. We can talk about that as well. And let's talk about these things, these issues that are coming, right? And that have been happening. And then we'll talk about how that affects the trade between our countries. Okay. So when you have the capacity to do that, let me know. Just text me because I can't watch the show all the time. But text me and I'll come on the show. All right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
And I mean that's Bubba said it too. That's the answer. We just gotta. It might work, and we wait and see. That's the plan.
That's like I cannot be wrong. I will not.
I mean that's that's the that's the plan. Is we're gonna wait and see. What you think? I don't know, Simon. What you think? Should we just? I don't know. I gotta re-wrap my head around the wait and see shit. Because I'm not in a field where that is okay to wait and see. I don't know. We'll see. You can't build no house on talking about we wait and see. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is craziness. You must have voted for Trump.
Yeah. I'm not sure. But
because he was windmilling for that joker right there.
Yeah.
It's gonna work. How? Oh, they gotta go talk about what? They gotta talk about what?
But but that's what happens when you deal with the and it's the crazy part. They used to always tell us, like, well, you can't just hope for something. They used to always tell us, hey, hope don't float. And now all of a sudden, hope is floating great all of a sudden. Like, this is wild. I don't know what to say about it, to be honest. Like, my gasket is flabbered right now. I ain't gonna lie.
That wait it out. It's gonna get better. Okay, whatever.
Like, we gotta wait till somebody else come and fix it, and then you're gonna say, see, I told you it was gonna be all right. I told you it was gonna be okay. 20 years later, we got it together, and 2 presidents later, somebody else fixed it, and they're gonna say, I told you. I don't know. I don't even know what to say about it anymore. Like, when it's in real time, is a little bit weird for me. Like, it's okay. I understand what you might have a different understanding, but if you're not able to express it, you cannot get mad at me because you're not expressing it. Because you have a totally different ideology in your mind, but you're not expressing it.
And it's not affecting him yet. It hasn't hit us yet. I mean, it's hitting the business people now. It's going to hit us soon.
Yes.
So he talking that stuff now.
Well, I wonder what the thought is when they have this idea of bringing these businesses back to America. Where's the manufacturing buildings and things to do this? Like, I mean, are they going back to like these old cities like Detroit and Ohio? Are they going to revamp these buildings? That's still construction time. I mean, this is still, I mean, it could be a good idea, but that's still long term, and people will have the price increase starting now. So I'm interested in how that works.
And not only that, majority of those buildings that you're talking about, they turn them into condos and apartment buildings. And so now you have to return turn back the zoning back to industrial instead of this mixed use zoning that they have now in most of these cities.
And then a lot of those buildings got the asbestos stuff in there too. They was built with that type of stuff in it, so they're gonna have to strip it.
Right, Renee. He was supposed to bring it back to Ohio, but he didn't. He didn't have it. So it's very interesting to see how this shakes out. I just want some truth and facts and stats that's a part of it. Welcome to the show, Brooklyn boy. Good day, sir. How you doing? You on mute.
I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. It's my first time seeing you. I could trust you.
Yeah, actually, we've talked before back in the Fight Club days, but it's been a minute. So yeah.
All right. Good day, Brooklyn boy. So what's going on with you? What's your thoughts? What's on your mind?
All right. My question, it looks like my man dipped out. My first question for him would be, is he or has he ever been a business owner with a product? That's the first thing. He mentioned patents. Has he ever filed and received a patent? That's the second thing. Third thing, to your point, is he familiar with white labeling? Now, let's start with the first thing, which was small businesses. A couple of years ago, maybe about 8 years ago, I had a product, small thing, and I wanted to keep it American made. I sold the product for $20. But problem was manufacturing. I tried to get it done only in the US, and each person wanted to charge me around $6 to $7 to get it made because it had to be made by hand. So I said, okay, fine. But then I realized that's not going to work. And I wanted to keep it from China because, okay, fine. Yes, that is a thing. They have a history of, snatching some IP. I get that. So I knew that. And because the product was so new and no one had ever experienced it, I kind of wanted to keep it here so I can do my thing. Not saying they couldn't see it online and still do their thing. But they didn't know how it was made. So I tried to avoid China. And China offered, because I questioned them, I said, okay, how much would you guys charge me? Didn't give them the full detail. But I said, how much would you guys charge me for this, here's the makeup, blah, blah, blah. They were going to charge me 50 cents a pair. The cheapest price I could find in the US was about $6 to $7.
Damn.
So I said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and go with the US. I want to put the American made thing. I want to do that. All right. I want to do that. I got crushed within a year and a half because as a brand new business, and I'm in California, so I'm paying that $800 to $1,000 a year just to be in business. Not to mention getting my supplies where I got to go to downtown LA. Yeah, they got a little, you go to downtown anywhere. Like, I'm from Sharon. You're from New York, so you go down a canal or pick up a couple things, get your material. Okay. So I was able to do that, cut a few corners, but I still got crushed because in order to produce at scale that I needed to and be able to afford it, I needed to get that price down to $2 to $1, no less than that. And you can't do that in the US because there were no manufacturers. I was going to denim stores. My product had dealt with fabric. I had denim stores, clothing manufacturers, to try to get them to produce my product, which is why they charge me $7 because they have no experience. It's not what they do.
It's a brand new product.
When it comes to China, brand new product. So when it comes to China, they've perfected the art of creating products.
Yeah.
They have cities, which you can look, I can't remember the name, that are dedicated to only factories.
Yeah.
This is what they do, and they do it better than any country in the world.
Absolutely.
Nobody can produce like China. Now, I'm all on board with what they're doing. Say, hey, that Louis, that this, that, yeah, we did that. We did that. We didn't care. We made our money. Yeah, we charged them maybe $100. Fine, that's all we wanted. They marked it up to 30 grand.
Right.
We didn't do that. You guys did that. I'm selling it to you to get my money. I don't care what you do after that. That's your money.
Right.
So that's from a small business perspective. And since then, I haven't created a physical product because I can't produce it here because it's just too expensive.
Absolutely.
And overseas, yeah, I could do it. But if it's not something that's already created, I'm likely to lose it. I get that hustle. And then one more thing, if I could, the patent part, it's extreme. It's I have a design patent which protects the way something looks. So if you look at a Lamborghini, it has a design patent.
Correct.
Not necessarily a utility patent where most people don't understand the difference.
Big difference.
Most people will say, okay, I'm gonna get a utility patent because it sounds funny. I mean, it sounds fun. It sounds cool. Yeah,
it's a lot of money.
Is, for example, that's why you see coffee makers, they all look the same, even though each of them have a patent. Because all you got to change is 2 or 3 items or claim it, and your product is
a different patent.
Because it's a different product. It's not the same thing. Where in design, you're protecting the way it looks. Therefore, if you create a car that looks like a Bugatti, they're going to sue the hell out of you.
Right.
So that's the thing when it comes to patent. It's not hard to rip off a patent. And then you got to try to protect it.
Yeah.
Which is expensive.
Expensive. It's hella expensive.
Go ahead. I was listening for the last hour and I'm like, yo, I want to talk to homeboy, but like, yo, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And I think the problem is a lot of people, they don't actually put the pen to the pad to understand how it is to create a product. That's the issue. And then when you got that source it, like for you, if you don't want to go to China, you probably have to go to Turkey, right? That's the next place where you could get the fabrics at. Right. And but people are not even thinking in textile at all. You know, they're not thinking that part of who has the textile factories.
Who has it?
China or Turkey, especially when you talk about quality. It's one of those two for fabric, right?
Yeah.
And the production of it, these factories over there, they working in sandals. Over here, you can't work in sandals in a factory.
No.
So therefore, that's going to make the cost different. Insurance is different here. The insurance is different. Like all these things, like they don't understand how difficult it is to jump into a industry. Like even me dealing with the construction, the way how they try to keep me as a very small business is by insurance. They say, hey, I need a $10 million bond if you want this job. But the job is only $300,000-$400,000. And then now what's my profit margin of that $300,000? And don't let it be a change order involved. Don't let so many things that could change the whole outcome of what my profit is. What if I'm doing everything right and then the permits don't come through and now the job is shut down for 3 months? I gotta eat that.
Yeah, and those permits are expensive.
And all these things, it changes everything, and they don't understand. Even a $10 million company that's profiting $10 million, they could be out of business next year.
Yeah.
Quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Yeah, especially if they get hit with a lawsuit.
It's done.
Yeah, because
now you cutting corners, and now you dump. Now you doing toxic waste. You try to do whatever. You cut every little corner.
Well, that's true. I mean, it's the same. But then a good example is like, let's say I did personal training. You have to have at least a $2 to $4 million policy. Now, depending on what state you're in, that policy could be $10 a month. It could be 50, 60. And if you're just starting out as a personal trainer, that money add up, especially if you're not making a whole lot of money up top. Same thing with the business. If you're dealing like my product, it dealt with a specific fabric that goes to skin. That's a certain type of insurance, because if someone has an allergic reaction to your fabric and you didn't state it,
that's a
you're
problem.
getting hit with a $2, $3, $5 million lawsuit.
Done.
Not to mention multiple people.
Right. Don't let it go viral.
No, oh gosh, no.
So now you gotta pay and your business is done, because now you don't have your reputation. Now you don't have to pay to get your reputation back.
Right.
For marketing and all these things to
Right.
And then also, another part of the game they don't know, right, is that, like, so say if you was able to get it down to $2 and you kept it at American made and all that, then now you won't have to worry about is catching fire at Target and Walmart, because now that's a whole nother game and a whole nother level, and they will find a way to bankrupt you as well.
Walmart did bankrupt me. I got my product into Walmart. I said, I'm selling it for $21.99. They said, okay, cool. I got into their partner program. It got into their stores, and I wasn't even physically in the store. I was more online. So they hit me for $4 just for being on the site. They hit me with basically anything that I sold was about $7. Now we're looking at about 11, and then my cost, which if I'm getting it made here and I'm paying $6, $7, I'm making what, $1.50
after all that,
like that,
yeah.
So I'm cutting out Walmart because
And then don't let them say that the products ain't selling, so we're gonna have to put it on sale.
I got hit with that too. I got hit with on sale, and I got hit with it didn't sell long enough, and there were fees, and I got hit with 2 or 3 returns for whatever the reason are.
Right.
So now I got to eat that. See, it's a whole different ball game when you're actually a small business owner who has a product, not a T-shirt, not some stuff that's already here. You put your name on it. This is a whole different thing when you create something and you get it out to the masses into stores, because now you're responsible. At Walmart, I mean, that lasted maybe 4 months. It was cool to say Walmart.
Right, because I'm glad that you had to give a little bit more clarity into the inside. I'm hopefully people are not afraid from it, because you can still do it, but you got to be careful how quickly you scale, because these other entities, they will bankrupt you quick, fast, in a hurry without thinking twice. And this is why Amazon had a huge spike maybe like 10-20 years ago, because of their FBA program, right? So you had to buy warehouse space in the place, but then now 10 years down the line, now they are using that as a way to bankrupt you.
What they do now is before they had the FBA portion, and they had a program, can't remember what it is, you can send everything in. Then you put your stuff online, but I think you can still
you can still do it,
but Amazon's still taking half.
Absolutely.
So you're getting hit there, but now they got smart and said, you know what, we'll just do some white labeling of these same things, and now we don't have to accept your stuff. You can still sell, we'll still take half, but as far as like stocking your stuff, we don't have to do that no more. And that's kind of where Amazon is now.
And that's the scary part, that people we got to get understanding that small business owners, they are a very important part of this economy. We keep things moving because we steady got to do things. We steady going to seminars. You traveling, you find a new products, you got to buy things, test things out. Like all these things is moving up and down while you attempting to create.
Right. And I want to speak to the pain point. The guy was like, "Oh, we got to go through a little bit of this, and it'll only take this and this." Most businesses can't afford that.
They cannot.
And they said, "Okay, we're going to build." Fact, you made a point early this morning. I was working, so I couldn't jump on, but you said he put the cart before the horse. He said, "I'm gonna threaten these guys. I'm gonna put the tariffs out there, but let's say they fold. We can't make anything." So how long does it take to build a typical factory? What is that? Maybe 2-3 years.
Minimum.
Trump won't be here by then. He'll be gone 3 years.
Right.
So then a new president comes in. He says, "Yeah, no, we're not doing all that." So now all those jobs are lost. That
Again.
they're hired to build it. Then the builder gets shut down.
Absolutely.
And now we're back to where we are now. So it doesn't make sense to do that. 3 years. Yeah. And then again, we want to be paid. We want $15, $16, $17 an hour, which is fair, whatever. Okay, I'm with it. But they're not getting that in China.
No.
That's why those prices are where they are.
Right.
They can manufacture as fast as they can.
Yeah.
You can't go over and say, "Hey, you're going to pay me $20 an hour."
No,
they'll laugh
it's not
at you back in the U.S.
In China, they literally got places called coffin apartments, and that's what most of those factories workers work at. And is this something we just cannot compete in?
We can't.
We would have to put the infrastructure first and then attempt to fight it.
Right.
And say we making so much money in America that they are willing to pay the premium, because some people are willing to pay the premium, right?
Yes.
I got American made boots, but they $400 because they made here. If it was made over there, it won't be with the same materials, same construction, because they are great makers over there as well, right? Like, I mean, over in China, if you want to make a new shoe, the new shoe mold is only about like $200.
Right.
Over here is thousands of dollars to get a shoe mold.
Yeah.
And most people probably don't understand what I'm saying about shoe mold, but to create a new sneaker, you got to create a brand new mold that they got to design. Over here is like 2,000. Over there is like 200.
Yeah.
Just
I had to create a punch for my product. So if I doesn't know what a punch is, you know what a punch is.
Yeah.
I had to create a punch. There was literally steel that could cut. Now, anybody who knows anything about cutting fabric, cutting wood, cutting metal, you have to create a specific punch. That punch cost me $1,500.
Ooh.
I had to go to a shop, a fabrication shop, and pay them $400 to get it made. And it was close enough to where I could use it, but I had to make modifications on my own. Like, just to create something like that. So yeah, shoe mold here, thousands.
It's crazy. And we just not prepared for that. And Trump wasn't prepared for people to fight back the way how they did. And that's the issue that I have with it. It's it wasn't. I like the idea, but his execution, his plan of it was not correct. And when we are dealing with managing of products, you cannot. It's not acceptable to say, "Hey, we got this great idea. It's going to save us tons of money," without an execution plan.
Right.
You have to have a plan to say, "Hey, this." And we follow the line, and it's something, and then we got to get back to the drum board. But we have a plan.
Right, you got to have the plan, and you got to you got to be ready to roll.
Yes,
you got to be ready to rock, which means let's say, okay, we got 5 factories that can do what they do. That's a good start.
Yeah,
but what the problem with Trump is, he still thinks we're back in the 50s, and he still thinks the world needs us. Like they did back then, as far as consumer, right? China don't need us; they can find other people. Yeah. Because most countries emulate the U.S. a lot of times, so it's like, okay, bet we'll sell to the people who want to be like the U.S. We'll cut them a good deal. We'll bring them in, and now we don't need the U.S. And they talk about, oh no, China's going to fold. If you know anything about the history of China, I believe, if I remember correctly, they were conquered at one point. Yeah. Well, whatever. They lost a battle with us, I think, and they said we will never do it again.
Hey, look, did they fold when they decided to trade silver instead of gold?
Oh, sure didn't.
They was ignorant as hell. We ain't going. They was, and they kept with it, and it was, and the history showed that it was like, hey, silver is not working out. They kept on doing it. They didn't care.
They're gonna fight, and they're just as proud as we are.
Yes, maybe even worse.
And their ruler cannot look weak. Not to mention folding to someone like Donald Trump, who the world does not respect. So imagine China folding to him. What's that going to look like for their leader?
Yeah, it's not good.
Not a good look.
Not a good look at all. It's going to be interesting as we keep unfolding it, and as his numbers keep shrinking, and we're going to see how it's going to start to change, because people are starting to come out like, hey, this ain't looking like how we thought. Aaron L. DeFader, before the tariffs, what's the incentive that works to build the manufacturing infrastructure, why didn't we already do it? Because it wasn't cost effective. It's just like it's like the moon landing. Why we ain't go back to the moon? Ain't nothing there. If you believe we landed there, it is no benefits for us to go there again because we didn't find nothing there that was valuable.
Right.
So it's not value. It's not more valuable to build a brand new manufacturing building where now you got to deal with insurance, employees, managers, marketing, and all these things. Where I could just skip past all of that and just buy the product.
Right. I could buy it over there. I could buy it for $2, start my business, sell it for, let's just say these back $1,000.
Right.
And I can scale. You can't scale making $1.50 each time you make a sale.
Right. You can't.
That's why we buy from there. If I want my product to cost, $50, I'm gonna go say, hey, I need this is my product, and I need the numbers where it's only gonna cost me $5 a pair. What's the quantity that I need to buy? Okay, bet. Here's the deal. Okay, bet. Let me get that. Okay, I got it. Now I can sell all those for whatever that price is. That's how it works. Nobody's buying from us like that.
Yeah. It just doesn't. It don't make sense to.
It doesn't.
Because even though I know we like to say the quality and this idea that the quality changed, but I believe at this point we see that the quality is not the real reason.
Right.
I think we should know that by now, right? If Louis Vuitton and all the things that y'all say is the best quality is made there, China don't have bad quality.
Right. There it is. Yeah.
Like throwback jerseys when Jay-Z was doing it. The reason why he was able to see them on Canal Street is because it was just the material.
What do you think them Sean Carters are made from? What are they made at? Come on, what them Carters at? Well,
hey, if anybody here they support Donald Trump, you got a Donald Trump tie because he used to make ties. Go look on the back and see where it's made at.
Where's hat made at? We don't make America great. Hats made at.
Bro, if I would have worn it, I would have got beat up real bad.
Thank you, Jalen DeForest. We appreciate it. Also, let me shout out to the cats. I haven't said Sean M, aka Mr. 5 Cents. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Sean. But yeah, man. I gotta
get out of here, Sharon, man. I just wanted to come through, show some love, salute. I'm always.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Make sure you stop back. Anytime you can. Show some love, and because the entrepreneur talk is important for people to understand that it's ins and outs to it. They got black folks that is attempting to make new products and using their ideas and their minds to create a product and attempt success and failures. And because that's another thing that people don't understand. Being a creative, you're going to have a lot of success and failures as you keep going. And sometimes the one that you think is the least good of an idea, that's the one that might hit.
Yeah,
it's not usually the ones that you think is the greatest idea.
Yeah, all the best ideas usually fall short, but that one that you didn't really think too much of, that one hits, and you're just like, oh, shit, all right, and you roll with it.
So I want you to come back to boss so you get that entrepreneur talk. Thank you, I really appreciate it.
Awesome.
Yeah, Sharon, I got flagged. Yeah, I got flagged on YouTube.
What did you say?
I put a video of Kanye West said how healing. They gave me a warning strike.
Damn. You better leave people alone.
It deemed hate speech.
All right. Hey, what you think about that conversation, Silent?
Well, I think he was right, and honestly, I think I would have went with China.
You said, "Fuck this American great shit."
Like you said, 50 cents compared to $7. Yeah.
Hey, no, but when you start creating stuff, you because I do like I said, like I got a pair of boots. That the only reason why they cost so much because it's made here. Like I do have a pride of trying to keep it American. I try to keep it as black as much as I possibly can, as well. It is a certain pride that I want to keep with it. However, is difficult.
Now, are they work boots or are they just boots you just like designer boots you just wear. Like,
it depends on who you are, but yes, they are designed as work boots. Yeah,
so where's
a lot of
Timberland
people,
made at? China?
I believe Taiwan. I believe.
Taiwan, okay.
Yeah.
'Cause I got some Timberland Pros on right now.
And so you know, like if you into the clothing, like Turkey is a great place to source your fabrics and stuff, right? They have some of the best textile places, and like somebody like like Bomb Cherry, she'll probably love to go to Turkey and see all the different fabrics, and she could design shirts, skirts, and bags with. Like I think of somebody like that, somebody that is so like Bomb Cherry can really tell you like having those molds. Oh shit! Speaking of, I'm looking up, thinking about you, and you look at you. How crazy that is! I'm looking up, thinking, and then there you are. Shout out to my beautiful girl, Bomb Cherry. So you know, like I'm pretty sure when she making her bag, she has certain molds that she just traces it out, and then she cut the material, and then she sews it, and she does what she got to do, and nip it, tuck things as it goes. Like those molds in other places, they have it so it's just press, move the you know what I'm saying, and it just go through it, and so it makes it so much faster. They could just produce it at a speed that we just cannot. So when you have the product and you have it at a certain design, and you want 10,000 products within a month, yo, they could do it within that month. Versus over here, they don't have the manpower to produce these. It just don't. And when you are dealing with a business, you try to design products, man, it's just one mistake, and goddamn.
But the truth of the matter is, we're overproducing anyway, because they're not selling all those products, right? Everything that is being produced is not being purchased. So now you have this massive, that's how you have discount stores and Amazon discounts and all these other things. And a lot of it is not being used. They're just tossing it out. That's why I said that documentary was so important, because it talked about all of those things about what happens to all these stuff we throw it away.
TJ Maxx is a great example of a business idea that they took from, oh, you want to put this on sale, this not sell. So this is what happens a lot of times, is what Brooklyn Boy was talking about. Like, you got your product there, they got a certain time frame where they want you to sell it. If it ain't selling at that certain time frame, you're gonna have to sign something to say, hey, we're gonna put it on sale after these 60 days or so.
Right.
And then so now with those 60 days, you might have to eat if he's product is cost him $6 to make, $4 to be on Walmart. So now we have what?
$2. You said $4. That's 10 altogether. He came up.
And then now it goes on sale.
Right.
You in the negative.
Well, they also talk specifically in that documentary about oh my goodness, about clothing lines, and how before, back in the day, you had to wait until the spring collection came out. They would drop out 2 or 3 different designs, right? But with this mass production and the cheap clothes making, now they're coming out with thousands of new lines, clothes every day. Like, it was just overproduction, consuming, and
that's the white label
and all that stuff, guys. Where is it going?
Right. And also,
don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
Welcome back to the show. Hey, y'all, with your 2-hour break. Are you okay? Hopefully he ain't too mad at us. Are you okay, sir? You on mute.
What's up?
There you go. God damn, I knew he was alive.
Yeah, I'm around.
Shout out to my girl Black Beauty with the $2. Thumbs up, share, tip the damn host. I agree with Black Beauty. Be just like her. Tip the damn host. God damn it. Thank you so much, Black Beauty. I appreciate you.
I saw a nerd cool pop back in. But
and maybe
where'd he go?
Maybe you can get him to come back. Talk your talk.
I tried, and he didn't come back when I was talking about it before. He's not even in the chat. Where you at, nerd? I don't see him.
They still mad at Carmelo Anthony. Jesus.
are you talking about?
The
cool. Where you at?
The topic, man.
Oh.
Yeah.
What do you? How do you feel about that, Jalen?
Well, the black people and racist white folks got mad.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Because the self-hating blacks don't like black people.
Yeah. So anyway,
Oh, Sharon, one more thing. Don't come in when it's some crazy avatars like what?
This one is perfect.
No other crazy avatars like
Yeah, because I don't wanna be like you and get flagged.
All right.
what was Cool Nerd came back and was just defending tariffs again?
Oh man, yeah, he tried. He went to the IP situation where I think he means well. What I think is that a lot of people just haven't done the physical ins and outs of things.
I think a lot of people love their white daddy. I think that's what.
I guess because like for me, I even had my own bag of chips that I was selling before.
Mm-hmm.
I understand how difficult it is to do that, or your own coconut, or to get it sourced locally. Like for me to get it sourced here or in Jersey, they have a place where I could source the coconut, or versus somewhere else in Ohio, the price range different, and you'd be willing to pay the shipping costs and the production there rather than go just a half an hour. I could go pick it up myself because the price range is so much different.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So just dealing with those little things, and just a little thing like a tariff changes the price so much that you might have to close your shop down. Any little thing could change it. A regulation of something, and then when you got to put a new insurance on it, that could change it. But it's like, I got to shut that business down. Like I open and shut so many different businesses because I attempt to go broke every month, right? Trying to make more money, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I gain it, and then I try to spend it and try to bring, you know what I'm saying? Like
margins.
With the seesaw thing, of course. So I just don't think people really understand how crazy it is when you see a tariff bill.
And it's almost like living check by check, but you're a full business.
Exactly. Like they think businesses operate on 1% margins, or I mean, I'm sorry, they think they operate on like 60% margins,
right?
And that
would
it's
be
not the case.
You know what I'm saying?
Like a lot of these businesses are way lower, and so like that 10% tariff or 30% or 40%, it's insane. That's a lot. And it's funny because these same people were the ones talking about egg prices, right? That was one of their supposed independents and supposed moderates. That was part of the reason, they voted the way they voted was because of egg prices, inflation. That was the key word. Remember, inflation this, inflation that. And then when you bring up the fact that, well, tariffs are going to cause more inflation, then it's like, okay, what's wrong with that? So they just don't have integrity, and it's not surprising because they voted for who they voted for, and that person doesn't have integrity. So they see themselves in him. They're like, oh, he's just like me, no backbone, no integrity.
And he didn't have his own talking points. He was just saying their talking points. Everything he was saying,
regurgitating. That's what they do.
Yeah.
They can't explain to you how this is good or bad. They can only say, jobs here.
Yeah.
Like cavemen. Job here, good.
And I hope people took some good thoughts away from that entrepreneur that came up with his own product that he had to get his own patent on, and explain how Walmart was able to pretty much bankrupt his company, right? Because a lot of times we think that we could just jump up into, like, let's not even think. Is a lot of times that we just don't understand how, like what AR is saying, how small the margins are. Like it's so small that one little thing, he had to close that business because he didn't sell it in 60 days. So now they put it on sale, and that destroyed his whole profit margin.
Yeah, it's just gone. It's not easy.
Also, you got to pay for the returns.
And restaurants are like one of the worst businesses when it comes to margins. Like they're notoriously bad when it comes to being able to stay afloat because of how low the margins are for a restaurant. So when you're talking about tariffs on things that the restaurant uses, and they only have 3% margin, a positive 3% margin, like it's not going to work. Margin is basically the difference between losses and profits, essentially. So
yeah,
that's from what I understand.
For example, if you getting you know, hey, listen, when you getting that ground beef that you buy at the store is different from a restaurant. They gotta go to it and they gotta buy a certain amount for it to make sense, and then you gotta be able to store it for it to make sense. Then you gotta have the capacity of your refrigerator to store it to make sense. Like it's a lot.
Yeah.
Like those napkins that you think, or especially if it's a cloth napkin, like all that shit gotta go to a dry cleaner every week. Those the utensils, you gotta trade out your utensils every 3 months. The plates, you gotta trade them out. All that shit. And now you know, next you know, like what AR saying, man,
that you got to trade that stuff out every 3 months, or
it's not a law, but it'll just after all that washing and the amount of use it is, it's just not going to look good.
Okay.
And so it is not a game. It can be profitable if you have like a niche product. And you have, hey, I got this burger that only I make, and you could upcharge it because you're the only person that make it. Hey, maybe you could make some really good profit. But really, it's really the real way in a restaurant, like AR saying, to make money, you got to flip tables. The quicker the tables go in and out, that's how you make money. If you got people sitting in your restaurant for more than a half an hour, you ain't making no money. You know what I'm saying?
They're buying drinks.
Not even if they buy drinks, no. It costs more money for them to sit there than to flip them. But that's when you're really dealing with like what he's saying, the profit margin, the P&L. So to make money off a restaurant, people, if you stay more than 45 minutes to a half an hour, most likely your restaurant ain't making money.
Yeah, these business sense information is important because a lot of us do want to go into entrepreneurship, but we really don't understand business marketing. It's just a lot to it. I always say the older generation, a lot of them have that skills and information, even like the men that came on. Right? We need to start like creating some programs or things. You know, I'm big on dealing with the youth. Right, because that's where you want the information to go. The older people, you know, can't try to convince adults, but getting kids to understand those things, starting them off small.
They got a different game plan. The younger kids, they're gonna have to learn how to make digital things and sell that. Especially with what's going on, especially the way how things are looking like it's going to go for the next 4 years, because that's the only product they are going to be able to build where they don't have to source it from someone else. It's straight from their mind into their computer and into the consumer's hand.
Do you think it's not a dual thing? Do we, of course, technology, science, like I think I watched something yesterday. Somebody was speaking about engineering and all those things, the trades. Those things are needed too. But do we not still need those basics, those, like you said, the raw materials and learning how those things even transfer into products along with technology? Like, I don't think we can miss that piece. And just
I don't think we created like we are it's too late. We cannot, there's no way for us to, like, we have to do what Sean M said, right? If we could produce that 5 cent a day from every working Black American, then we could go find ourselves an Egyptian mine, and then we could go mine it and we can make our own sheetrock. And then now we could sell it and make plenty of money because they build houses on sheetrock, right? And then we could have a competition. Or we got to be at a buy land and we could create rocks and sand, and then we could go sell rocks and sand, right? New Jersey is one of the biggest places for rocks and sand for some strange reason. I don't know why, but it is. right? They source the actual land. Timber. Our timber, it comes from Canada because they have a lot of areas where it's not habitable. So they grow timber there. And so we have to start figuring out ways to do those things, but we have to buy so much land or buy so much mining products that is just not
cost effective.
Yeah, it's not cost effective at this point.
Isn't that where the real assets lie?
Absolutely. I mean, just the idea of trading equities. Most people don't even know how much money you need to get into that. But hey, just having the idea, maybe you can work your way into it. But equities is a big thing. So like when you see the stock market jump up and down, it's not just the stock market you need to pay attention to. You need to pay attention to the equities market and also the bond market. And then that's how you can find out what is going on in the world. How much are they selling? How much is a barrel of oil? Then you can find out what's going on. So this is why it's not in a full recession yet. I'll give you one, Jim. So the reason why we know it's not in a full recession yet is because lumber and steel didn't go down that much where it affects the housing market. So the housing market is in a strange position right now, where it looks like it's headed towards a recession. However, but the construction to build the house is still very low compared to when it was in 2008. So as long as that stay around level set, we're not going to go into a full-blown recession. But now with the bond markets acting the way how they acted and the percentage, the interest rate going up the way how it's going, that's where we having a problem. And that's when things is getting strange now. So that's why so many people are confused. And so when the federal bank chairman says this, the stock market jumped down like that because it's all the information is just too confusing. We don't have no clear thought on what's actually going to happen by how history decides the markets are moving. Ain't no clear. Is it going down or up? It's not clear. And that's the problem that we are having. And that's why the markets is moving so volatile. It's starting to move like a goddamn cryptocurrency, for God's sakes. Damn near. Ariel with the $5. So answer with a solution without sacrifice and tell me the incentive or catalyst to start your own plan to stop the U.S. from losing reserve currency status.
So it's a lot of times a topic is brought up and you can tell if someone knows or doesn't know about a topic because they'll use buzzwords. And when you talk to Republicans, it's DEI. That's what a DEI or illegal immigration or inflation. They don't really say anything of substance, but they use buzzwords and they don't really know what they're talking about. And when people talk about the monetary policy or financial markets in the U.S., global or the U.S.'s and the context of the global world, it's always immediate. They just immediately jump to, it's going to lose the reserve currency. It's going to lose its reserve currency status. They don't actually tell you who would somehow replace it, why it's better that they would be, why their financial market could replace the U.S. current as the world reserve currency. They don't really say anything, but they use it as a buzzwords. And I still haven't had any of these people be able to explain. Same thing with crypto. Crypto traders, like they love to talk about how, crypto is going to take over the USD. They never really talk in substance, though. It's just buzzwords, what they watch YouTubers say, and then they regurgitate. And I would just like some of these people to be able to explain, because I like to learn.
And not only that, how dangerous it is for them to say, do you want to replace the US dollar with a cryptocurrency?
Yeah.
They don't even understand how dangerous that is.
No.
Can you imagine getting paid
20%?
Getting paid last year in cryptocurrency when you got paid you was making 100,000 because crypto was 100,000. Now today, how much you getting paid? I give you one crypto last year, you made 100,000. You get paid one cryptocurrency this year, you only making 80,000. Do you want that? We might as well be living in Russia, because that's what happens over there. Because when they started that war, the money went down to. I don't think people really be understanding, man. This shit is not a game out here. This shit ain't just what we watch on TV. Real people get affected by this shit. Every now $2 since you understand Explain it, AR.
I can't explain the reserve currency. I don't know it that well. That's what I'm saying, is that I hear these people say these things, and I can understand some of the basics of why the U.S. would be the reserve currency, because we're a stable country, more stable than China, more stable than the EU bloc. We're more stable in these places. We have the military to enforce it. I don't understand when you guys say it's going to fail or it's going to get replaced or whatever. I want you to explain yourselves. That's what I want. Because you just say it, but you don't actually say anything of substance. And that's my issue. So don't tell me to explain it when you're the one that brought it up. I didn't bring up the reserve currency stuff. You brought it up. So explain it to us. Don't just say stuff and not provide any substance.
In the form of a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they love to do too. They like to do it in the form of a question as well.
Like, oh, this is DEI. How is it DEI? You tell me what you think DEI is. Like, what are you talking? You brought up DEI. Explain what DEI is in this context. Explain why this is bad. Explain why this is right. Don't tell me to explain it. You brought it up.
Damn.
And you proved my point.
I think he has a decent. I think he has a decent understanding, but I don't think he understands that he is pushing us to a non-plan at the same time.
What are you talking about? Aaron L?
Yeah.
Okay, then explain it. Explain it like I'm 5. If you understand the subject well enough, you should be able to explain it to the average person. Explain it to a 5-year-old. Explain it like I'm slow.
That's a great point. I like that point.
But AR, you know, Republicans don't be like other groups of people and black people. Yeah.
Talk your shit, Jalen.
But anyway, you know, Republicans and Democrats don't be like other groups of people and black people too, especially Latinos, Asians, and blacks. That's it. And then I'll try to tell people in the society don't vote for Republicans because, you know, Democrats.
Who?
Democrats. I said Democrats.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jalen.
Thank you, Jalen. I appreciate you. We're gonna come back tomorrow. You know, what's tomorrow? Friday? Is tomorrow Foolery Friday?
Tomorrow's Good Friday. You're gonna do Foolery Friday on Good Friday. It's kind of crazy. Damn. Jesus will be proud.
Wow.
He did flip a table once or twice, right?
Hey, there we go. We're gonna stick with that. Hey, we flipping tables just like Jesus would.
You didn't get it. Did you talk about Carmelo Anthony's thing?
I did, but nobody had no rebuttal for the nonsense that they were saying. Talking about he's buying houses and cars and all that ish, and he had it already. It's crazy. He didn't even get the goddamn money yet.
What are you talking about, the GoFundMe stuff and
yeah.
all that?
Yeah. So, you know, like he didn't even get the money yet, and they trying to act like this man is something. So the Democrats, we're gonna go check out HQ.
Democrat.
My bad. HQ is live. We'll see y'all mañana for Foolery Friday or Good Friday, whichever one. We flipping tables just like Jesus did. Shit. And we're gonna leave y'all with the beautiful pastor.
Don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.